Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the meeting. It's 9 a.m. Today is December 7th. This is the 180 CFMC meeting. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the meeting. It's 9 a.m. That's me. Today is December 7th. This is the 180 CFMC meeting. Yeah, just 1 second, we are having technical difficulties. I just want to remind everyone to ask for the turn to speak by raising their hand. If you're in the virtual, also proceed the same, and I will do my best judgment to include all the comments that if it fits on the agenda for the virtual people attendance. Close your mic after you stop speaking, and also make sure you speak close to the mic to make sure the record is clear and everybody can hear you. And I encourage everybody to speak to the agenda items and to be more effective on our discussion. And also I want to say thank you to all the participants from yesterday meeting. We did a lot of things yesterday under a very professional and productive way, like we always do. And I want to keep this positive momentum forward. And I want to read something that I forgot yesterday on our family. Sometimes it's just a procedural thing, but I want to put the rules out there as a reminder. Rules of conduct and oral instructions for all meetings. I want to remind everyone about those rules for the hybrid or virtual meetings. All participants should mute their sound until they are recognized by the chair as a turn to speak. Please don't interrupt anybody. Let's be very respectful to everyone. Participants can indicate that they wish to speak by using the chat or raising their hand using the reaction feature. The chat will be monitored to identify people who wish to speak or who need assistance or technical difficulties. The intention of this council is to hear everybody, but we have to do it in an orderly manner. The chat should not be used to address council, committee, panel, or to make public comments. Please, your comments, if they are relevant to the agenda, we want to hear them in an orderly manner. Unless the chair permit, please raise your hand, and I will use my judgment to make sure that everything line up with the agenda items. Sidebar conversation, comments made in the chat will not be read and will not become part of the record unless permitted by myself, by the chair. And the idea on this is for everybody to stay on the same page and know the rules of the game. And we are a family, and this family is going to start the meeting now. Let's go forward. Today, we're going to readjust the agenda based on the left presentations from yesterday. The first presentation is going to be Caribbean Fishery Management Council Scientific and Statistical Committee Practices and Procedures Concerning Objective and Conflict of Interest. After that, we're going to have the Pelagic Fish Amendment to the island-based FMPs. After that, we're going to have Managing Trap Fishery in the USVI. Then we're going to pass to the Southeast Fishery Science Center presentation. After that, we're going to address recreational fishery by Russell Dunn, and then we follow the regular roster on the agenda. With no more to say, we're going to start with the roll call. Cristina
Olan, Council Staff.
Liajay Rivera, Council Staff, buenos días.
Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Council Member, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, James Craig Lowe, St. Thomas Virgin Islands.
Good morning, buen día, Jean-Pierre Oriol, DPNR.
Morning, Carl Pachetti, council members, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Sam Rauch, Deputy Director, National Marine Fisheries Service.
Good morning, Marcos Hanke, Puerto Rico, Chair.
Morning, Miguel Rolón, council staff.
Good morning, Diana Martino, council staff.
Good morning, Jack McGovern, NOAA Fisheries.
Kate Zamboni, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Good morning, Clay Porch, NOAA Fisheries, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Andrew McCraw-Herdig, U.S. Coast Guard, Sector San Juan.
Good morning, Sarah Stevenson, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Miguel Borges, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Good morning, Howard Forbes, DPNR Enforcement.
Good morning, Maria Irizarry, council staff.
Good morning, Garcia Martinez, staff chair.
Good morning, Alida Ortiz, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel.
Good morning, Julia McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Buenos días, Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Alex Terrero, NOAA Law Enforcement, St. Thomas.
Ariane Rios, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Russ Dunn, NOAA Headquarters. Tim Sartwell, NOAA Fisheries. Sean Morton, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Sean Meehan, NOAA Fisheries.
Brad McHale, NOAA Fisheries.
Morning, Helena Antu, NOAA Fisheries.
Andy Maldonado, Puerto Rico Fisher.
Nicole Grio, Caribbean Fishery Management Council Liaison to St. Thomas, St. John.
Nicole Angeli, Director of the USVI Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fishery Liaison. Good.
Michelle Scher, SSC.
Orion Sadiq, NOAA Fisheries.
Nobody else?
I'm going to read the names of the people that are in Zoom. We have a person that is, his or her name is DWAME. I don't know how to pronounce it. Kevin McCarthy, Laura Simo, Rafik Orun, Sarah Stephenson, Tania Capote, Virginia Sherbet, Yamitza Rodriguez, Rachel O'Malley.
Thank you very much for the people attending virtually. And I want to remind everyone too that every time we speak, state your name. And first presentation, Kate, can you proceed, please? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Kate Zamboni. I'm an attorney in NOAA's Office of General Counsel in the Southeast section. And as a little bit of background before we get into this, my colleague Jocelyn D'Ambrosio discussed several principles regarding conflicts of interest as they relate to members of the SSC during the council's August meeting. Her discussion actually starts on page 214 of the transcript, if anyone wants to go back and review what she talked about. And during that discussion, she refers to a document that she was working on that reflects the principles of conflict of interest as they relate to members of the SSC. Last week, a working draft of that document titled Caribbean Fishery Management Council Scientific and Statistical Committee Practices and Procedures Concerning Objectivity and Conflicts of Interest was circulated to council members, and it is available in the briefing book materials for this meeting on the council's website. The document suggests best practices that may be applied to SSC members to preserve the objectivity and independence of the committee's work. There is no action associated with that document today. Nonetheless, I'd like to summarize that document for you and answer any questions you may have about it. And if the council believes this document would be useful, it may consider it for adoption at a future council meeting. Next slide, please. So just as a little bit of a background on SSEs, the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires each fishery management council to establish, maintain, and appoint members of a scientific and statistical committee, what we refer to as the SSE. And the purpose of the SSE is to assist the council in the development, collection, evaluation, and peer review of such statistical, biological, economic, social, and other scientific information as it relates to a council's development and amendment of any fishery management plan. The SSC plays a very important role in the council's efforts to develop conservation and management measures that are consistent with the national standards for fishery management, including, in particular, National Standard 2. And that is the standard that requires that the council use best scientific information available. And the SSC assists the council in doing that by identifying what we refer to as BSIA, and often provides advice and recommendations based on BSIA. And these management advice can include things such as recommending acceptable biological catch, preventing overfishing, identifying maximum sustainable yield, achieving rebuilding targets, and reports on stock status and health, bycatch, habitat status, social and economic impacts of management measures, as well as the sustainability of fishing practices. I will note here, though, that although the SSC helps to identify and ensure that conservation and management measures are based on best scientific information available, it is ultimately NMFS's responsibility to approve conservation and management measures and certify that decisions are consistent with BSIA. And as part of that process, NMFS does evaluate and use the SSC's determinations and other information as appropriate. Next slide, please. So some of the SSC's responsibilities that are relevant for our discussion today, the functions that they serve, include recommendations on identifying that best scientific information available, providing management recommendations and advice. And like I said, those can include ABC recommendations, and it can also include identifying research priority recommendations in areas where additional information is needed. The SSC can also be asked to conduct peer reviews as a body or evaluate those peer reviews. Next slide, please. So as it relates to the SSC, why is it important to discuss conflicts of interest? In fulfilling its role as the council's scientific advisory committee, the SSC must ensure that its deliberations, advice, and recommendations are clear and well-reasoned, and that they are objective. While the MSA does not explicitly address SSC members' conflicts of interest, there are the National Standard 2 guidelines that provide guidance on how to navigate conflicts of interest in the peer review context. And therefore, when the SSC is performing that function as a peer review body, those conflict of interest rules do apply. And the purpose of the document that was circulated and what we're going to go over today is how some of those guidelines that we know would apply in the peer review context could apply to other SSC functions, such as identifying the best available scientific information and providing management recommendations and advice. Next slide, please. So again, really, the goal here is to ensure objectivity and independence. And in the peer review context, we can do that by making sure that the people involved in that peer review are independent from the material under review and otherwise free of conflict of interest. And you may think you know what it means to have a conflict of interest. It does have a pretty real meaning in the law, and it tends to be related to financial interests. In the peer review context, however, it's financial interest, but it could be other interests that conflicts with the service of the individual on the review panel. And what that means is if a member of a review panel has had a substantial involvement with the work that is being reviewed, they may not be as objective in providing that peer review. But I did look up for your benefit a definition in Black's Law Dictionary, which defines conflict of interest as a real or seeming incompatibility between one's private interest and one's public or fiduciary duties. Conflicts of interest can include, but are not limited to, one's personal financial interest in investments, employer affiliations, consulting arrangements, grants, or contracts of the individual, and of others with whom the individual has substantial common financial interests. And so what that's focused on is obviously where someone can benefit financially, not just themselves, but if it's a close family member, such as a spouse who has those types of financial interests, that person may benefit in some way, and that could be considered a conflict. But as I said, really in the peer review context, I think what's more common is that peer reviewers not have contributed or participated in the development of a work product or scientific information under review. And in some cases, a greater degree of independence is necessary to ensure the credibility of that peer review process when the product under review involves novelty or controversy. Next slide, please. So what do the NS2 guidelines say about avoiding conflict of interest in their peer review context? For reviewers who are not federal employees, they must be screened for conflicts in accordance with the NOAA policy on conflict of interest for peer review, subject to the Office of Management and Budget's peer review bulletin or other applicable rules or guidelines. And as I mentioned, peer reviewers must not have any conflicts of interest with the scientific information, subject matter, or work product, or any aspect of the statement of work for the peer review. Next slide, please. There is a very important exception, however, and that is for reviews that require highly specialized expertise where there is a limited availability of qualified reviewers. And in that case, an exception may be applied when a conflict of interest is unavoidable. And the way that gets handled is the conflict is disclosed promptly and publicly. Disclosure of a conflict is an important concept. That is often the way one cures, if you will, a conflict. It's disclosed, and then, once that knowledge is out there, an informed decision can be made whether or not to waive the conflict. I think this exception is very important in the SSC context because of the role that that committee serves, and its members are selected because they have specialized expertise. And that indeed is why we want them on the SSC. And so when they have to perform functions, there may be some overlap in work that they performed, and that is why they have that specialized knowledge. And so this exception could come into play in other contexts. Next slide, please. So like I said, we know basically what rules would apply when the SSC is conducting a peer review, but we can talk about what best practices could be applied when the SSC is determining and making a recommendation as to what constitutes best scientific information available. There are no rules or criteria imposed by the MSA or the National Standard 2 guidelines for avoiding conflicts of interest in the BSIA determination process. But we can borrow the same principles from the peer review context. And if we did that, if an SSC member has participated in the development or review of a work product, we know that they have to publicly disclose his or her underlying work and their role in that underlying work. Let's go to the next slide. It's a continuation. And so if that underlying work is now being recommended as best scientific information available, the SSC member, in addition to disclosing their work, could consider recusing himself or herself from actually voting on whether that work meets the standards of BSIA if that member's objectivity would be compromised. But they should be able to participate. Are we ahead a slide? Go back one, sorry. Yeah. So they should consider recusing themselves, but again, that exception may be appropriate because if there is a need for that specialized expertise and that person has that expertise, it's not otherwise available, then the exception may be appropriate. But again, that would be with the disclosure. Next slide now. And if an SSC member has recused himself or herself from voting on the BSI recommendation, a best practice might be that to allow that SSC member to participate in the technical discussion and to answer any questions. Again, we don't want to not avail the SSC to that expertise. And so it might be appropriate to have that member participate in the discussion, but perhaps avoid expressing his or her opinion as to whether or not the work that they've had involvement in actually constitutes BSIA in order to preserve the objectivity of the SSC's recommendation. Next slide, please. And similarly, if the SSC is discussing research priority recommendations, how can we apply conflict of interest principles here? Again, an SSC member should consider publicly disclosing any interest or involvement in projects that may be recommended by the SSC. And that involvement or interest, again, could include somebody with whom they share a household with, so a spouse or a child perhaps that, or parent that, you know, if they could stand to benefit financially due to the SSC's recommendation on a priority project, it may be appropriate for the SSC member to disclose that. And that last bullet talking about relationships or other related entities. So it can again be the personal relationships with somebody in one's household, but it could also be contractual relationships with an entity that may be hired to perform the work. Next slide, please. And if an SSC member stands to benefit financially, again, directly or perhaps indirectly through related entities or personal relationships, a best practice might be that the SSC member consider recusing himself or herself from actually voting on that recommendation. Next slide, please. However, once the SSC has made a recommendation as to whether information is BSIA, and if an SSC member has recused himself from that vote, they should be able to participate in discussions and subsequent votes about how to use that information to support management advice and recommendations. Next slide. So when talking about other management advice that the SSC may provide, here, I hope you're seeing that the rules become, or not, they're not even rules, the suggestions become less onerous. So if an SSC member has recused himself or herself from voting on a recommendation, the SSC member should be able to participate in technical discussions and answer questions. And in this case, in terms of best practices for other management advice, it may be appropriate for the SSC member to express their opinion on the merits of a project. I think that's the last slide. So I'm happy to entertain any questions and provide any additional clarity.
Miguel?
Thank you, Kate. Two questions. The first one is sort of technical. The other one is, my intention is to adopt this as an appendix in our handbook. And also it could be included in our subs. In the subs, you have a section on, it's a charter of the SSC, and we can attach this. So I have two questions. Who determines at a council meeting or at a SSC meeting there is a possible conflict of interest? Is raised by any member is raised by the chair, who may have the responsibility of raising that? And second, in the councils, when we met all the executive director, we were talking about who is the final decision maker in terms of the best available information, the center or the SSC? So those are the two questions.
Okay, so first, in terms of who is responsible for identifying a conflict, I think one of the purposes of this best practices document is to encourage individuals to self-disclose. They would have the best information as to whether or not a relationship exists or have knowledge of their role in any underlying work. I didn't want to rehash it too much, but we know that allegations of conflict of interest have been made because there is this belief that it is something very negative. And I hope to change that opinion. It is not necessarily negative to have a conflict of interest. It just means, you may have a lot of information or, have participated in things that are relevant. The public disclosure of that conflict is really important, though, so that everyone understands what role somebody may have had in information and how they may stand to benefit. Usually, though, I'm going to say, like in the SSC context, any financial benefit is pretty attenuated. So I think it's highly unlikely those types of financial conflicts would come into play. And outside of that, and outside of what we know for the peer review context, there's nothing illegal about participating in a vote on what constitutes BSIA, even if an SSC member has substantial involvement in the work under review. Again, this is just about perhaps some best practices if you want to avoid any appearance of a conflict and really preserve the credibility and objectivity of those recommendations. These are things that could come into play. So I would encourage, to go back to that question, that individuals self-disclose, and that's really where the responsibility should lie. If somebody believes somebody has had performed a function or had substantial involvement in some work and that person hasn't disclosed it, maybe just a side conversation of like, hey, do you think you should disclose this, or ask the question, and then maybe that'll prompt the member to say, oh yes, I maybe they forgot, and then can disclose it at that point. Your second question was who ultimately has the responsibility for identifying what is best scientific information available. It is NIMS. And when it comes at the part of the process after an amendment has been transmitted to the agency and they take on that responsibility of drafting a rule, they have to certify that it is based on best scientific information available. But they do take the SSC's recommendations into account as well as the council's.
Thank you, because that's precisely the issue. Whenever we're discussing this, Richard and I have been discussing this for many years, and we understand that the SSC filters the best available information. But when there is a conflict, one council, for example, have a conflict. They have a number, the center have another number. And they were really a little bit upset because finally NIMS approved the number of the center, not the number of the SSC. So it's almost a non-issue here, but we wanted to have it clear for the record. So the best practices that we have so far is that the SSC takes in consideration the numbers received by from the Certified Fishery Science Center, and those are the ones that they use for any analysis they're presented to the council. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I think maybe part of your question that I didn't answer was, so what would happen if someone says, hey, I'm not sure, maybe I have a conflict? Council can help do that. I don't necessarily have the authority to declare somebody free of a conflict of interest, but I can certainly help somebody navigate when it might be appropriate to disclose something. And again, whether or not, is this a situation where you want to recuse yourself from voting, but still participate in the discussion? Is this a situation where you should refrain from expressing an opinion? I can certainly help that, or whoever is serving as counsel can assist.
Thank you, Kate. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just to follow up on that. So yes, technically the Secretary of Commerce is the final arbiter of what's best scientific information available. But the Southeast Center typically serves as the proxy for that, for most of those decisions. So we would be the ones that would say, yes, this is based on best scientific information available. And yes, we take the SSC's advice and under strong consideration when we make that determination. The other thing I wanted to mention is that a very similar issue came up regarding conflict of interest versus bias at the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council's SSC, in that we had a competing survey. You may have heard the so-called Great Red Snapper Count, and many of the SSC members were part of that. And so there was a debate whether that was the best scientific information at the time that the ACL should ultimately be based on. And the Gulf Council came to a very similar solution to what's been described here. And so there is obviously a bias when you're part of that study. And so the SSC members actually voluntarily recuse themselves from voting on the final motions.
You know, the first course I took on conflict of interest was in 1976. And I remember that the lawyer told us all council members, all staff members sit down at the table have a conflict of interest. Otherwise, they should not be sitting here because you represent your sector. So if I'm a recreational fisherman, I will be taking all my decisions based on my recreational sector. But whenever there's $1 in between, that's another $20 that we say in Spanish. So it's kind of a difficult difficult concept to absorb once and for all. But I encourage all council members, this document will be distributed. So you will have an idea of where are you. In the case of the councils, I need to provide a report to Alta Maria, and I will change notes. Need to provide a report to Congress as to, in the current year, how many instances of abstention, recusal have occurred, because they take this very seriously. And I believe that I personally would like to thank Kate, because she didn't have to do this, but she decided to do it. This document clarifies a lot about what conflict of interest is and what is not. So my proposal, Mr. Chairman, is that we adopt this as part of the charter of the SSC. We will include it in our handbook, one of the appendices. For those of you who are new, the administrative handbook is a document that have all matters related to the administration of the council on a routine basis, staff, the way we operate. The standard operational procedure is the document above that. In general terms, is the guide that we use to operate the council. And both documents complement with each other. So if you want to make something stronger, you put it in the sub. And then in that sub are reviewed by the appropriate authorities in Washington. So, Mr. Chairman, it's just to hear from the other council member, do you think it's a good idea to incorporate this in the handbook and or the charter of the subs?
Yes, I'll transfer to the floor, but I want just to state that we already discussed this on previous meeting extensively. And my perception is that the whole council want a very clear guidance where you can keep educating ourselves how to best proceed as council members and the DAPs and all the other members. And I'd like to hear the council members. Carlos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the subject of recusal, does the individual decide that he's going to recuse himself, or can the chair say, or a member say, well, I believe that this person, because of blah, 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 should recuse himself?
So again, these are just recommendations. Even if it is adopted, they're recommendations. And therefore, no one should feel required to recuse themselves from voting on a BSIA recommendation or management advice or research priorities. So my advice would be if someone thinks that they have a potential conflict or they just want to preserve that credibility and avoid having it appear as though the vote is biased in any way, that is their choice. They may recuse themselves. I do not think it is appropriate for other people to tell somebody else, you need to recuse yourself, because the rules are not in, they just don't have that weight.
Thank you for that.
Any other council member? Okay. Vanessa?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I have been virtually in the discussions before, and I have checked out the information given by the staff also and provided. So it's very clear what we want is to have this in our handbook also and available to all of those, but we have clear what we have to do. Thanks.
Yes. And thank you very much, Kate, for your work. I think we are ready to move on. Let's go for the next presentation, which will be pelagic fish amendment. Sarah?
Good morning. This is Sarah Stevenson with the Southeast Regional Fisheries Office. And Christine, are you going to drive? Okay. I'm going to give a update on the amendment that we started working on. The generic amendment number 3 to the Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix fishery management plans to develop management measures for pelagic species that are managed under those plans. And just so you know, the term generic just means at this time it applies to all 3 FMPs. Next slide, please. Before I go to the amendment, since the FMPs are now effective, I'd like to just kind of review the management measures that are included for these new pelagic species in those FMPs. And it's not a lot, but I just wanted everyone to be aware. So all fin fish, including the pelagic fish, must be maintained with the head and the fins intact. There are exceptions for bait and consumption at sea. There are currently no gear restrictions for the pelagic species, although the amendment that Maria presented yesterday, if that gets developed, that could include prohibitions for instance, for the trawl gear for the pelagic species. That just hasn't happened yet. There are currently no size limits, commercial trip limits, recreational bag limits, or seasonal closures for pelagics. Although I will point out that some of our marine managed areas do have restrictions for all fishing, either year-round or for certain times of the years, and that would apply to these pelagic species. And those are listed down. I'm not going to read them all, but those are down in footnote number 3. The FMPs established management reference points for the new species, or either by stock or stock complex, which include the sustainable yield level, which was an overfishing limit proxy, the acceptable biological catch, annual catch limits, which were determined to be equal to optimum yield, and annual catch targets. And we'll see what those numbers look like on the next slide. The FMPs also established accountability. Oh, not yet. It's all right. Established accountability measures for the pelagic species. And to do that, they set an annual catch target at 90% of the annual catch limit that would serve as the accountability measure trigger. So for instance, if landings, and we'll talk about landings in a minute, exceed that catch target, the council in consultation with the Science Center would assess whether corrective action is needed. And it's a little bit different than the accountability measure for the other species because these are new to management. And so the council wanted to be a little bit more conservative in what accountability measure might be applied. And then I'll point out for Puerto Rico, the ACLs and the ACTs were set for both the commercial and the recreational sector. Although I did want to point out that the amendment includes language that if data or landings for one sector are not available, for instance, the recreational landings, then the sector that has available data, which would be the commercial sector, the ACL that was specified for that sector would become the ACL for the stock. So I just wanted to point that out because that's pretty important right now, since we don't have recreational landings for any of the complexes that were established in the Puerto Rico FMP. And then to go back real quickly to the landings, the FMP established kind of a spin-up process. So in the first year of implementation, we would compare just a single year of landings to those either ACTs or ACLs. And eventually we would get to where we're using a 3-year average of the landings and comparing that to the target. So I just kind of wanted people to be aware that that's what the process is. Next slide, please. So here are the numbers that were put into the FMPs and then are on our regulations now. So you can see the stocks or stock complexes, how they're managed. For instance, dolphin and pompano dolphin are managed in the dolphin fish stock complex, and the asterisk there, dolphin was selected as the indicator stock for that complex. So the numbers are based off of landings of just that one species, but any kind of accountability measure would apply to both species in that stock complex. So you can see the SYL and the ABC, those are set at the stock level, but then you can see the sector ACLs and ACTs. And I would like to point out, for instance, for dolphin fish, that the recreational ACL is much greater than the commercial ACL. And if you remember what that accountability measure says, is if you don't have data for one sector, then the sector ACL that you do have data for becomes the ACL for the stock. So that's going to be very important for us going forward until we can get some recreational landings information. So you can see all the numbers here. And then the bottom left table are the values for dolphin and wahoo for St. Thomas and St. John. Those are the only 2 species managed under that FMP. And then similarly on the right table, on the bottom, those are the numbers for dolphin and wahoo for St. Croix. And again, those are the only 2 species managed under that FMP. Next slide, please. So at the August council meeting, the council did make a motion to request us to move forward with preparing an amendment to each FMP to develop recreational bag limits, commercial trip limits, and size limits for the pelagic species as they were selected at that meeting. And then for Puerto Rico, they selected dolphin and pompano dolphin, wahoo, little tunny, blackfin tuna, king mackerel, and sea roe mackerel. You did not at that time choose to include great barracuda or triple tail, which are the other 2 pelagic species managed under that FMP. And then for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, that you picked both species managed under each FMP, which are dolphin and wahoo. And the rationale at that meeting during the discussion was to prevent overharvest of these species through both bag and trip limits, and then to protect undersized individuals through size limits. Next slide, please. Following that meeting, we formed an interdisciplinary planning team. And Maria talked about this a little bit yesterday, like what is that team? So it's a group of people comprised of members from the council, the Southeast Regional Office, and the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And it includes a variety of expertise such as biologists, economists, anthropologists or social scientists, data analysts, policy writers who help write, if there's any new regulations involved in the amendment, they help make sure that those regulations are consistent with both the FMP and the current regulations. General counsel, protected resources such as ORI, like we heard from yesterday, habitat and conservation, general counsel, and then law enforcement. So all of those people meet every time we have a meeting, and we discuss the issues that could be developed in the amendment. So the IPT for this amendment met in October of 2022 and reviewed the information that was included in the white paper that was presented to the council in April of this year and the scoping document that was presented at August this year. And they did recommend that we think about organizing the actions in the amendment by management area. So as we saw yesterday when Maria was presenting, it makes sense to consider all recreational bag limits, trip limits, size limits for Puerto Rico first. And that way we can analyze all of the management measures and how that would affect Puerto Rico. And so then the next few actions would be, for instance, for St. Thomas, St. John. and they would do the same thing. So the IPT did recommend, so once we do come back with an actual amendment for you to look at, like what Maria presented yesterday for her amendment, it will be developed by FMP, by management area. And the IPT spent a long time discussing a list of information and data needs that they would like to know in order to help draft alternatives for the recreational bag limits, for the commercial trip limits, and the size limits. And a lot of those questions, which we'll see on the next slide, kind of get at what is our normal chapter 3 in the amendment, which is the description of the fishery. So how many fishers are there? Where are they fishing? What types of gear are they using? So next slide, please. And I'm not going to read all of these questions. They're here, and this presentation will be available to you afterwards if you wanted to look at it. But I will point out that a lot of the questions are getting at that description of this fisheries, and would be helpful in determining, for instance, recreational bag limits. What species are landed together? If dolphin and wahoo are never caught together, then it wouldn't make sense to have a recreational bag limit for both of those. So we started exploring some of the information, and we sent this list of questions to stakeholders from each island to try to get initial input. We will obviously keep digging and keep flushing out and try to answer all these questions as we prepare the amendment. And so we did initial kind of exploratory look real quick at some of the data, and I'll start showing you those next. So next slide, please. The IPT did identify some sources of either information or data that they thought would be useful to answer some of these questions. Obviously, the commercial data. And for instance, they did have other recommendations, such as use the longest time series available, like don't truncate it to only, since ACLs were invented, use all the data that's available, and let's look at that. And then again, for Puerto Rico, don't use the reported landings, use the adjusted landings, which I know we've heard that there's issues with that, but since that's generally determined to be best scientific information, that's what we should use for this amendment. Recreational landings, I'll note that the data set there, the last full year that was collected was in 2016. So that's what we would look at. And again, that's only available for Puerto Rico. And then if there's additional charter information out there, or trip intercept, which is going to tell us size limits that's caught for the fish. There was a report that reviewed USVI recreational fishing regulations, any tournament data that's out there, the dolphin fish research program, which we've heard presentations from Dr. Merton at this council meeting on that. The council itself, its advisories, panels, and then stakeholders. So we're going to start reaching out as we develop this amendment and just get all the information we can on these pelagic fisheries, so that hopefully our amendment makes sense. It does what you want it to do. And we've considered everything. So obviously if I've missed, or if we've missed something that you know of that's out there, please let us know during the discussion. Next slide. So first, preliminarily, we looked at seasonality of the species just to see if there was any. Next slide. So I'll explain these graphs a little bit, and then they will be repeated for the other species and the other islands. So on the left-hand graph, you have the average commercial landings per each month over this 32-year period. So what that means is the first point on January, if you look at all of the landings for every January during that time series, the average pounds of dolphin fish that was reported, and again, these are adjusted landings, is 15,000 pounds. So that's how you kind of get a feel for this graph. So you can see that for dolphin in Puerto Rico, in the commercial landings, the highest landings are from December and January. And then for wahoo, the highest landings, average landings are at the end of the year, November and December. And you can also see that the, the landings of dolphin are much greater than the landings of wahoo. So that's how these graphs are going to look, the ones with the error bars. Next slide. We did a similar thing for the recreational landings, although I'll point out that the recreational landings are reported by 2-month wave. So instead of January, February, you get January, February lumped together. So you get these 6 waves, as they call them, throughout the, the year. But these are similar graphs. So over the time series from 2000 to 2016, the average number of dolphin fish reported by the recreational, or estimated, I should say, by the recreational fisheries was just under 300,000 pounds. So you can also see from last slide to this one, that there are a lot more dolphin fish removed by the recreational sector than by the commercial sector. So for dolphin fish, you can see that the majority of those landings occur at the end of the year in that November, December wave. And then also similarly for wahoo. Next slide. So now we're moving to the next 2 species managed under the Puerto Rico FMP, the king mackerel and the cirro mackerel. Same type of graph. You can see that the peak here is generally in the warmer months in the summer. They both are May. They look almost identical in the line shape. But again, the pounds of king mackerel are almost twice what they are for cirro mackerel. So a lot more king mackerel removed over the historical time period. Next slide. The recreational landings here, these look different compared to the last slide where we just saw that the shape of the graph was very similar. But you can see cirro mackerel, the highest point at the end of the year. King mackerel, that March, April wave was where the peak landings, and you can also see on this graph that there are a lot more king mackerel caught by the recreational sector during that time period than cirro mackerel. Next slide. For blackfin tuna and little tunny, they're similar in that the majority are kind of in the warmer months, so May and June for blackfin, and then May for little tunny. But the amount of pounds are pretty similar for the 2 species. Next slide. Recreational look almost identical to each other, although with the peak landings in the May, June, which is similar to what we saw for the commercial. Although you can see that the amount of blackfin tuna is a lot greater than little tunny. Next slide. Dolphin and wahoo for St. Thomas and St. John. The historical year period is a little bit different. It's 2000 to 2021. And you can see that the highest in the historical data set for St. Thomas for dolphin is April. And then for wahoo, it's kind of the end of the year at the beginning of the year. So December and January. Next slide. And then for St. Croix, it's the same year period as St. Thomas, St. John. Dolphin, the peak landings are at the beginning of the year, with the highest that was reported in the landings data in April. And then for wahoo was towards the end of the year in November. Again, there's no recreational landings information for the USVI, so we don't have similar plots to show you for those species. Next slide. We also wanted to look at the spatial distribution, so where these fish are caught. For Puerto Rico, that the commercial landings information included landings by coast, and so we'll see that the recreational data set does not include that, so there will be no recreational information by coast. And then we'll look at the kind of preliminary division of state and federal waters. And we heard a little bit yesterday about what does that federal waters mean. It's not perfect exact to federal waters, but it's just preliminary. I just wanted to point that out. So next slide. So here is, and I apologize for the colors and the smallness of it, but I'll try to walk you through it. So this is a proportion of the commercial landings per coast. So basically, how much of the landings came from one coast versus another during that same historical data time period, 88 to 2019 for Puerto Rico. So let's just pick a year. The last year that we have data available for, 2019, for dolphin fish, you can see that there was a bigger pulse from the East Coast, which is the red color. Normally there's a lot caught from the North Coast, which is the blue. The green, the South Coast, I mean, which is green, is a smattering throughout the years. And then the West Coast is purple. So in this last year, you had almost the majority from the West Coast for dolphin fish on the left. So that's how you can kind of look at this. So this would theoretically tell you if the majority were coming from one coast, it should be very easy to see. Or if there was a shift in time, you can kind of see a shift in time for the Wahoo on the right. All of a sudden, after like starting in 2004, the West Coast has the majority of the landings. So these are something that the IPT will look into, and it will help us describe the fisheries. It might not be as applicable to setting some of these management reference points, but it will be helpful, and it would be included in the amendment. Next slide. So for the mackerels, you can see a pretty, not exactly even distribution by coast, but it's caught on every coast every year. And that fluctuates slightly, but not a giant trend anywhere. Next slide. And then for the tunas, it's a different story. You can see that almost all are caught from the West Coast, which again is that purple color. For a little tunny, there's a little bit more, maybe about a third, it's caught from the North Coast. So again, just interesting information that we will take back to the IPT and help describe the fisheries. Next coast graph slide. What might be more helpful for today's discussion is what proportion of the landings occur in state versus federal waters. So here are the dolphin and wahoo for Puerto Rico. We did have to truncate the data slightly, just because the data field that included the location of state versus federal was less reliable before 2012. So this is just the last few years, but you can kind of get a feel that about half in state waters, half in federal waters for dolphin and wahoo in Puerto Rico. And what is kind of encouraging to see is that the purple, which is that unknown area, does generally get reduced as we go forward in time. So reporting is getting more informational for these species. Next slide. We were able to do something similar for the recreational landings information. So same species for Puerto Rico. In the recreational landings, you can see almost 50-50 there, maybe a little bit more in the federal waters for dolphin and wahoo. Next slide. For the mackerels and the commercial landing, you can see the majority for most of the years came from state waters. And then in the last year, the majority were reported in the federal. Next slide. And that's kind of reflective here too in the recreational landings, where the majority of the mackerels are reported in state waters. Next slide. For the tunas, it's not as easy of a trend to pick out, but it does look like the majority kind of occur from state waters. Next slide. And of course, that is also reflected in the recreational landings, where you could see more green than blue, green being the state waters. Blackfin tuna, it's not as clear cut, but it's still, it might be, at least half the landings reported from state waters. Next slide. For St. Thomas and St. John, it's easy to see that the majority of dolphin and wahoo come from federal waters. Next slide. And then same for St. Croix. Most are coming from federal waters, although you do have an interesting peak there for wahoo in the state, which I'm sure the IPT is going to want to know more about that. So if anybody has any information on what might have been going on there, I'd love to hear it. Next slide. We also wanted real quickly to try to see if we could answer the question of what gear are being used to harvest these species. Next slide. So instead of a graph, you get a table. And it did put in bold the majority. So these are percentages now. So for instance, and I think you can see across the table the species. So for instance, for dolphin fish in Puerto Rico, in the commercial landings, the majority are caught or reported with troll line gear. The same for wahoo and blackfin tuna and little tunny. The Cero and king mackerel, the majority of those landings during the historical time period were reported by bottom line. And I will point out that this is like I said, a 32-year data set. So these are just all the gear types reported during that time. It might not be reflective of what's actually going on in the fishery now, but it's our starting point. And so we want to just refine as we develop this amendment. Next slide. I will point out too that the recreational landings data that was available doesn't have information by gear, as far as I know. So those aren't included. For St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix on this slide, St. Thomas, St. John's on the left and St. Croix's on the right. You can see that dolphin and wahoo in St. Thomas are mostly caught by line fishing. And then in St. Croix, dolphin by line fishing and wahoo by hand line. And this matches, preliminary, all of these tables match preliminary information that was reported by the stakeholders that we asked. Next slide. So now we're to today's discussion, and I won't be asking for any motions, but we're going to see tables that include the options that were included in the August paper and presentation that you saw. So there's no new numbers, but it is just a summary of those options. And so where there may be a hole or a gap or anything that you might want to add to help refine the scope of the management measures that could be included, that's where we're going to ask for help. So next slide should be the Puerto Rico. Yeah, so again, this first column of potential action, this is just a suggestion. They're kind of split out by species initially, but then the tunas are lumped together since they're managed in a stock complex, and the mackerels are grouped as a potential action. So all of these would be under the Puerto Rico section of the amendment. And so you can see all of the numbers that were put into the options paper shown in August. For instance, the rec bag limit was 10 dolphin per person per day or 30 dolphin per vessel per day. And that would match what's in the regulations for DNER currently. And then there was also a potential suggestion of 5 dolphin per person per day or 15 per vessel per day. And that was recommended by the Puerto Rico DAP and presented to the council. So both of those were included in that August options paper. And here today, if those both look good to you, the IPT will continue to develop and analyze those. But if there was something additional that you wanted to see, that's where we could help fill in this table. So the commercial trip limit, the options paper just had under that management measure, had the average pounds reported by trip. And so for instance, for dolphin, it was 67.3 pounds. So for today, we just rounded up just to make it an even number. But again, that's something that you could refine as you wanted. Otherwise, the IPT is just going to ingest all of this information and data and then come to you with what the recommended alternatives based on what we found are. So again, if you want to refine anything, today would be the great. And then you can see that for minimum size limit, there's holes. So there was nothing currently in place in state waters. So there's nothing to be compatible with. The options paper recommended that you could do it based on life history information. Or by any other information like the trip intercept size limit data, we haven't analyzed that yet. So there might be something that comes out of that. I will point out that the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council has a 20-inch size limit, minimum size limit for dolphin. And so that's what the SA means here. And then there's information and considerations. If anybody knows what the rationale for that 1030 bag limit that DNER has, we could discuss that and see if that's applicable to what we would like to do. And then another consideration would be the Puerto Rico dolphin fish complex includes pompano dolphin, but if you're setting size limits, do you want the same size limit for that species, which generally is smaller? So that's a consideration for that one. Wahoo, you can see there's not a lot of information that was included in that options paper. The South Atlantic has a 2 Wahoo per person per day limit. Would you want to do something similar to that? Would you want something new? There's no size limits anywhere to be compatible with or to help us consider. So is there anything that you know of for Puerto Rico? There is a combined bag limit for Wahoo and the mackerels for the state waters in Puerto Rico. So they lumped those together. Is that something that you would want to consider? Would you want to keep them separate? And then similarly, the South Atlantic has a combined dolphin and Wahoo bag limit. Is that something you would want to consider? Again, if not, the IPT is going to look at all of the landings information, like what I showed on the previous slides, and kind of make those decisions based on what they think is best, either by gear use or by landings information. We haven't looked at what species are caught together, but pretty much from what I've heard, everybody says everything is caught with everything. So that we'll see if we can refine a little bit more in the data. But you can already see from the seasonality, sometimes it might not make sense to have to manage together. And then for both the tunas and the mackerels, I'd like to just remind you that most of those landings were from state waters from what we saw. So our recreational or commercial trip limits, is that something you would like to develop since most are reported from those areas? You could obviously continue developing size limits to protect the species that are being caught in your waters. But, if you want to refine the scope, meaning the list of species that you requested staff include in the amendment, you could do that here. Next slide. This is a similar table for St. Thomas and St. John. There's only 2 species, so it's a little bit easier. There were bag limits, trip limits, and size limits included in the options paper, which are here on the slide. A lot of that information was recommended to the council in 2019 by the St. Thomas St. John Fishery Advisory Committee. And so those were put in the table and are shown again here. And from what I got from the St. Thomas St. John chair, DAP chair, these size limits are still recommended by the FAC. But again, if there's any new information or you would like to see a different range of size limits or bag limits considered, we could add those to the table. And then I would like to point out that the USVI is going to put into place or has already a bag limit for a combined bag limit of dolphin and wahoo. And you can see that over in the side, and that's going to be applicable for both St. Thomas, St. John, and for St. Croix. So that would be setting a bag limit for both species together, which the council could do if you'd like to. Next slide. St. Croix, you can see there wasn't as much information included in the option paper, so this table looks very empty. And so again, if we could get any kind of additional just guidance on things that you would like to see for these management measures. I will point out that the item there in red for the size limit was a size limit that came in before or after this presentation was completed by a St. Croix stakeholder. And it was a recommendation for a minimum size limit for dolphin of 32 inches. Next slide. And this is my last slide. So the next steps for today, again, provide any additional guidance to help us refine these management options that were going to be developed into the draft amendment. The staff will and the IPT will continue data mining exercises to try to answer those questions posed by the IPT. And that again will help us describe the fisheries and could potentially help develop the action alternatives. And then the hope is that the IPT would have enough information to populate the background information and the actions and alternatives parts of the amendment and bring those back to the council for consideration at the April meeting. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Sarah, I have a whole list of things that this is a long conversation on that. With this on mind, can you go to the page 6 question list that you have there?
This is Sarah. So that's slide 6.
Yes. And my recommendation, and I want to hear about on the council, this is all the feedback, the whole list of feedback that you are asking. And also you address some of them that are more urgent and that we need to address quicker and so on to make the work to go on, right? My recommendation and request to the council, you think is a good idea. I would love to do this, to send those questions to each of the council and the DAPs for you guys to answer. If you don't have an answer, just say, I don't have an opinion about it. And we try to help Sarah and Maria and all to have this feedback as soon as possible, because we don't have time on the meeting to address all those questions. Sounds like a plan for you on the first step?
This is Sarah. I don't know if we can do that officially because of the Paperwork Reduction Act. So we can't send a list of questions to be outside of a public meeting. So what I would maybe ask is that if there's anything that you want to think on these questions and then come back at the next council meeting and say, we discussed with our fishermen and we would like to recommend this. And that way it's done during a public meeting, as opposed to going back to your constituents and then emailing me the answers.
Miguel?
Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing because we have the lawyer here. Keep an eye on us. Whenever we have a question mark at the end of any sentence. But we can use this as guidance. Actually, if you drop the question mark, then the council members, the staff can use that as a guidance for preparation to discuss this at the April meeting. So, but between here and April, if you have any thoughts about any of these topics, you can send it to Sarah and Maria, so they can start incorporating these topics, this experience that you have with the dolphin. And so Marco says maybe you don't have anything to say on this one. That's fine too. But maybe you have information that you can provide at this time from your fisher, from the group of people that you know, to provide it to Sarah. In addition, the working group, that I like the name, Flying Fish, Dolphin Wahoo Working Group, is going to meet in February or March. And each country is supposed to prepare the status of the fishery, Dolphin Wahoo especially, whenever the topic in the agenda comes up. That's why Laura Simo is here somewhere virtually. Laura is with the Office of International Fishery Affairs, Trade and Commerce. And Maria del Mar represents the regional office here at those meetings. So I talked also to West. So we have two invitations to make, just for the record, but anyway. Sarah and Maria, they can coordinate the presentation to the status of the Dolphin Wahoo in the U.S. Caribbean. We are gonna knock on the door also the South Atlantic and the Gulf, but they also have these two species. And that could be part of the presentation of the U.S. delegation. In addition, I have Wes Martin. You know, he's the scientist chasing dolphin fish all around the world. And he has collected a lot of good practices that we can also present at the working group. The meeting probably will be held in Puerto Rico because the council is with the logistics and everything. So it will be easier for us. I will have Graciela at that meeting, maybe High as a fly on the wall just to hear what they have to say, but also, yeah, because when you go to these meetings in the delegation, you have to be mindful of who can talk and who cannot. Usually I see that at the outside. And anyway, the chairman also will be present at that meeting. So in summary, I encourage the chairs of the DAPs, consult with the members, the council members around about these topics, and come prepared to discuss it at the next meeting. When you see in the agenda dolphin issues, this is what we're talking about. You know, doesn't mean that, you know, we're going to talk about only problems of the dolphin, what have you. Dolphin issues, what are things that could be considered? For example, in some other countries, they already have management plans for dolphin because dolphin is mostly caught by commercial fishers, not recreational. In this side of the world, recreational fishers are the ones who really have been historically after the dolphin. So the dolphin fish. The wahoo in many countries is just a recreational fishery species. In others, is also part of the commercial fisheries. Some of the things that they're discussing is to adopt what other countries have been doing, which is the hook that you use to catch the dolphin. Will allow you to throw the dolphin back into the water when it's not the size limit that had been approved in a particular country, with a minimum probabilities of damage to the fish. That's a common practice. Seasonalities, they close the season or part of the season sometimes. The two species, if you have a size limit here and you cannot tell one from the other when they are the same size, then we have a problem with size limits. And the information comes from the fishers who really know the fishery. When I want to know whether that fish is good or not, or whether the species, I ask Marcos. And now I have James to consult with about any doubts that we have. So it is important for you to, please, you have information about the two dolphin species, send it to Sarah. If you have anything to say regarding any of these topics, please let us know.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. I just want to follow up because I'll go with you, Vanessa. One second. When I mentioned that I didn't meant to have a communication internally, not publicly. What I want them is to analyze, have this, and on the next meeting to come up with the public discussion about it. Because I don't want anything to be lost that is needed to do this right? That's my intention behind this. And thank you for the clarification. And I have a whole list here. I'm gonna let the councils to address. And gonna go, you wanna go now, Clay, to the point? And then Vanessa.
Sure. So obviously this is, especially dolphin fish, wahoo, little tunny. It's a kind of a case with the council of a square peg trying to get in a round hole, right? In terms of, the Magnuson-Stevens Act and how the council can act, because you're not dealing with the unit stock. really this should be managed to an international body, because let's face it, the Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands are catching a very tiny fraction of a much larger stock, and it's just moving through the area and you peel off a little piece. So the question here is, how do you best utilize that fraction of the population that's coming through your waters here? And in that case, things like sustainable yield and all are kind of irrelevant, right? Because there's not a particular sustainable yield. It's just what fraction of the population happens to come in your waters. So we can't really advise you very well on things like that. But what we can do is shift the conversation to what's the best way to utilize the fish that are coming into your waters. And to that end, as someone mentioned, the South Atlantic Council has been struggling with their own dolphin wahoo FMP for quite some time. And where the discussion is kind of shifted is towards a management strategy evaluation approach that involves stakeholder workshops to better define what the goals really are. So it's along the lines of some of the questions that are being asked here. For instance, the big issue with dolphin wahoo on the US East Coast is that you set an ACL, but the fish are coming in one area before another area, and sometimes that ACL gets all caught up when the fish are, say, in the Keys, or when they're in North Carolina or something. And so there's a big allocation issue. And I think those sorts of things could be worked out through a management procedure that looks at, for instance, catch rates of particular fisheries when the fish are coming into an area. If the catch rates are really high, it implies that there's a large number of fish moving in. And you could set your harvest rates, your ACLs, based on what your anticipated influx of fish is, and make sure that all the fisheries in different places will still get their fair piece of the pie, if that makes sense. So I think that would be a way to go in the future, and it would start with the whole series of stakeholder workshops like are going on in the South Atlantic jurisdiction now.
Thank you, Clay. And I have a question. This will be a flexible approach in terms of the projection, what amount of fish is arriving each year?
Yeah, exactly. So the problem here would be getting consistent catch per unit effort data. In the South Atlantic, they're looking at things like the long line fishery because it has a pretty broad coverage. So if you're seeing high catch per unit effort in a particular area, it would help you decide how many fish you might want to take in that area to make sure there's still going to be fish in other areas as they move up the coast. And you could probably do something like that here.
Okay. The dynamic in the island is a little different than that because we have seasonalities traditionally, because everything is messed up with sargasso on the arrival now. But traditionally, we have one defined season on the north and one defined season on the south from different size fish and traditionally different methods of fishing for Puerto Rico. But we can talk about that later. Vanessa, and I have a whole list here, Sarah. All I want is for you to get the best information from this meeting. And later on, please guide us with questions of things that on the order you need. Go to the specific questions. They're going to help you to keep building and forming the document. Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Of course, we're going to be working with all these questions that you have. And I know that Nelson also and the DAP can have all those answers for the next meeting. But I want to make a point clear for the record. Can I continue? Or we have to go out? Okay, so all the data that was presented here was practically up to 2018-19. And we have a big issue with the commercial license that between 2019 up to now, there's a big difference of 2,000 more commercial fishermen.
Yeah, you have my attention. Vanessa, please, I have my attention to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez again for the record. And so I know that most of those commercial fishermen that are new are practically recreational fishermen that are now in the commercial sector. Some of them just lost their jobs and then decide to go fishing, but most of them, the target are this kind of pelagics that we're talking about. So I will make my research, of course, to try to bring the reality of the numbers. And the other point that I want to put is that in the table that you have, that more of the state, the one that refers, is because most of the commercial fishermen, when they have to put the record in the report, most of them don't have the permits to be in federal waters. So they always put they are inside the 9 miles. It's just practically, they do it for that. Thanks.
Sarah?
This is Sarah. So that gets to one of the questions that I would like to know today is for Puerto Rico, the species that you and the stocks that you identified at the August meeting, are those ones that you would still like to see in the amendment? So for Puerto Rico, dolphin, pompano dolphin, wahoo, blackfin tuna, little tunny, cirro mackerel, and king mackerel, all of those
Barracuda?
continue. No, well, you did not select barracuda.
Okay.
So the question is yes.
The question, my opinion, this is Marcos. Yes, the rest of the council, do you have any different opinion than that? We are talking about Puerto Rico, correct? Yes.
Just for the record, Vanessa Ramirez, yes, those are the species that we're looking for. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else would like to comment? We are talking about Puerto Rico right now. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Can you please go to the slide 33? Can you explain me from where comes that number from for the commercial sector?
Yes, this is Sarah. So what we did for the document that was shown in August is we looked at all of the trips that were reported for Puerto Rico during that time period. What was the average amount of dolphin or wahoo reported on each trip? And so for dolphin, it was 67.3 pounds of dolphin are reported, and these are adjusted pounds, are reported for every commercial trip. So this was just a starting point that if you round up from there and say 100 pounds, I do remember that you put on the record at that meeting that sometimes you catch 100 pounds in a trip, sometimes you catch 1,000 pounds. So this would be a good, point for you to come and say, those are way too low for a commercial trip limit. You should do 1,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds. That's where we would want stakeholder input onto what is an actual, valuable number that should be considered. Otherwise, the IPT is just going to look at the data and the information and try and potentially look at what might be harvested in other regions and base it on that. But it would be much more beneficial to base it on your recommendations. And I would like to just point out that Graciela is the co-lead on this amendment. So if you want to send questions or information, send it to both of us. And then also this presentation will be up on the council's website. But if you'd like me to email it to you, I'll do that as well. So you don't, have to take screenshots.
Can I do a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, no, because those numbers, Nelson Crespo for the record, are, really low. And also for the dolphin and the wahoo, I think that it's better to maintain apart, because it is true that in sometimes when we got the sargassum season, we catch the wahoo and this and the dolphin together. In the West Coast, we have a huge wahoo season that we got apart alone, and it's a big resource and a big market for the commercial fishers.
I want to add to that. We are talking about, I'm gonna try to make that apply to the rest of the island too. You have basically 3 ways to fish for mahi. I'm trying to in order to illustrate, have the weed line fishery that catch about every size, but medium to smaller fish. And we have on the South Coast frigate bird fishery that address bigger mahis in general, fishing with birds. Then you have drop-off fishing for wahoo that address larger animals. This is what they are targeting and looking. Wahoo's normally over 20 pounds. This is where you catch the very large wahoos. But the smaller wahoos are mixed on the 2 other fishing that I expressed there. One thing that I think it will be super unfair, following up on Nelson, is that right now the commercial fishermen that do during the season wahoo fishing and go and catch 5, 6, 7 wahoos of 40 pounds, that's not totally uncommon, especially with the techniques now. Those numbers will not allow them to do it. And we need to be very mindful of that. Otherwise, we're gonna cut yield from and the possibility of access to a sustainable fishery that are catching adult fish and on a season. And you agree, Nelson? Okay. And I want to maybe if I go through all the points that I have here, a good guidance for the rest of the group to help you out. About the seasonality is super important. I'm going to repeat, everything changed in terms of mahi because of sargassum. We have pretty much sargassum all year round now, and it's unpredictable when you're going to have a wave of sargassum arriving with mahi, most of them smaller size, right? And this also is part of the explanation once in Florida, they are asking, what is happening with the bigger mahi? What happened when you're fishing for birds and fishing for the larger mahi? You cannot fish for them and chase because the bait is always getting tangled and dirty with the sargassum, and people don't spend the effort, reduce the effort on looking for that kind of fishery like they did on the past, right? And there is many effects about the arrival. You have more mahi coming, but it changed the way you fish and change the size of the catch as consequence of that. Dolphin issue, misinformation across all regions, and there is a discussion about the influence of the Caribbean on the size of the dolphin caught in Florida, because the bigger dolphin disappearing. There is articles on every magazine. The reality is that we have mainly a big chunk of the fishery is recreational here in the Caribbean. Some commercial fishermen fish for them, mostly seasonal, and in an artisanal way. There is very limited, actually, one boat or so that don't fish all the time, but that target tunas and swordfish locally, that don't target mahi. They just caught and haul in, haul out with larger hooks. That most of the mahis that they catch, incidentally, are larger animals. It's not the smaller dolphins. The different seasonality on the north and the south coast is super important to take in consideration. I spoke to a fisherman on the south of Puerto Rico and asked, because of the discussion on the east coast of the US, are you seeing less bigger dolphin or whatever? And he shared what I'm sharing with you, the effect of sargassum. And over time, he's seeing the bigger mahi available, but short, more compressed into the peak of the season. And but they are still there. And between us, we talk about other factors that are affecting that resource. I'm sorry to elaborate, but I think it's important. We have shallow water, Granada and other islands up current of us that fish with shallow sets on small long liners happening and developing and also in Venezuela. Those guys do catch a lot of wahoo and mahi on larger size that are part of the fish that arrive to us, especially on the South Coast. And we have a fat fishery being developed on DR that also is in place. And if you look for when people start to complaining about the disappearing of the mahi, have some relation with the timing when the fat fishery explode in the DR, you know, and it's like important to have that in account. In Puerto Rico, we have fat fishery now. Is installed by the government. It's not a private entity that is doing that, and we need to take that into consideration about pelagics, because the availability of all the species we are talking about, we're gonna be different because of the fat fishery that we have now. That include also HMS species. Fish aggregator device, fat fishery is fish aggregator devices related activity. And one thing is, just to understand, don't think that I go to the fat and I catch all the species, is that as a fisherman, I am going to have an incentive to go to the fat to fish for mahi, wahoo, and tuna, but on the way, I'm going to catch all the species that we are talking about. There is an indirect effect that we're gonna result into a different catch composition and effort. Okay. State versus federal water, very important is the scale, how you present that question for them to answer correct to you, because it's different on the south, on the north coast, because there is platforms that are closer, like in Jabuco, a half mile from the shore, versus a little farther on the coast, on the south, that is 12 miles out. Then that judgment of where the fishery is happening, federal or state water, will change by that topographic feature around the island. I'm going to lose air, but I'm going to keep going. And tunas, okay. The gears used are hook and line that are divided, and hand line, rod and reel, electric reels, bandit reels, yo-yo gears. Yo-yo gear is like a little buoy that what is used in the VI for tunas, but they have the capability of catching on the deployment and the haul in mahi with that. That's why I include that. And we have, which is not prohibited, the presence of a longliner in Puerto Rico, and have to include on the gear because it's an authorized method of fishing that have the potential to catch those guys, and they do it incidentally. We also have spear fishing, and if I'm missing anything, Nelson and the rest, please help me out if I'm missing any gear for the pelagics. Already Nelson addressed especially for the commercial, the number of pounds allowable per trip. We need to be very careful on that. In terms of the wrecks, if we're going to follow the route of bag limit, for wrecks is more appropriate, the bag limit, the unit of fish being counted versus poundage too. Now, about size limit, we already discussed very extensively the size limit. I was talking to Miguel, we have two species. The main species here is Ipurus, the dolphin that grow bigger, okay? And the 24 inches apply for both species, which means we are not preventing from catching all the two species of dolphin. Maybe we're leaving a little eel on the species that grow less, doesn't grow so much, but still have access to do it, but they are not as predominant in our fishery. It happened, but it's not as important based on my experience. And the other thing that I talked to Nelson, and the record is clear, is that we want the dolphin to be a fillet fish. We don't want the dolphin, recommendation that we did on the past, which was 24 inches, the dolphin to be used as a deep fry fish on a skillet and start to catch little fish. And even worse, to avoid the development of that market and the people to target really small mahis and impact the population in a way, and if you develop that fishery for little mahis, you're going to affect other fishery that fish for whole plate or the whole fish on the plate. There is a rationale behind it, the size limit that we need to keep discussing. But the number is 24 inches actually is compatible with the recommendations that Julian just showed me for the San Thomas. This is a fork length measurement. It's not a total length measurement. Okay, I will answer. I'm just finishing. I will answer the virtual. Avoid. Okay. And I have a question that I received virtually too. Is I see there that you have on your presentation recommendations from the group of fishermen from the USVI, similar to our Junta de la Secretaria, FAC or whatever, in some part of your recommendations. I'm interested to know why the Fishery Advisory Committee from the VI, why the Junta de la Secretaria discussion and recommendations are not included. Maybe we can facilitate those rationales and those discussions that we have in the past, coordinating with the DNR for you to have the benefit of that. La Junta de Pesca de Puerto Rico. Yes. And those are my points. And I want to, before I go with you, I want to answer the question on the virtual meeting.
We have Jamitza Rodriguez waiting for a turn to speak.
Please. Thank you, Jamisa, for being available.
Jamitza, you are muted. Yo le escribo ahora.
Junta Asesora de Pesca is the right name for the body for Puerto Rico. And we can keep a communication and try to include those feedback from the Junta to you.
Also, we have comments in the chat.
Okay, Julian, I go with you. Let's try to I want to make sure the virtual people can address the council, and I go back to you. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes.
We have a comment from Ricardo Lugo. Just a comment. The size of the bait will have an impact on the size of the dolphin because in many cases swallow the whole bait. This means that undersized fish will be returned with no probability of survival.
Yes, and we can discuss the details with Ricardo, which is an excellent fisherman. And the reality is, Ricardo, that we are looking still, there is a cultural aspect of looking for larger mahi, rigging bigger ballyhoos and so on. We are not, and I don't want to do it publicly because I don't want to incentivize the fishery of a small mahi, but there is other ways to approach the fishery that I don't think is appropriate for our area and for the council to promote, and at least not to consider once we advise anything about mahi. And
Marcos, just for the record, be careful what you say on the record, because what we're talking about is an option paper that you put together or ask the staff to put together. We are not really taking decision or making a decision as to one way or the other. It's just that we have provided information so the staff can come back at the April meeting, maybe at the August meeting with more information, better information. So, but at this time, we don't have any preconceived, preferred alternative or any preconceived idea of what we are going to do. The other thing is that with COVID, we forgot about public hearings. And remember, when we have this will be discussed at the level of the DAPs, Puerto Rico, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. We will have workshops. We also we'll have public hearings once the documents, the appropriate documents are prepared. So in 2023, this is one topic, hot topic that we are going to be pursuing. But what Marcos is trying, not trying, he's doing not here, is to provide a framework of ideas, a framework of topics that people, especially council members, can address and bring back to the meeting in April. Also, the three chairs here, you have an abundance knowledge, and you also have the presence of your DAP members, virtual or not. And we are going to have those topics included in the first meetings of 2023.
Julian, go ahead.
Julian McGrath for the record. I think Miguel just summed it all up. Because what I was going to say, I'm not going to speak about anything here that's up here right now. The only comment I would make, the FAC information that is there was from back in 2019. So I haven't had any recent discussions with the new FAC, but I would like to have a discussion with them on this and on these slides, because see if there are any changes or any regulations that they're looking to promote or move forward. And most importantly, to get this to the DAPs, but when this is brought to the DAPs, we need to ensure that when this is on the agenda, that we invite the fishers that fish this type of fishery. Because on the FAs, on the DAP, we only have one real fisher that fishes for the pelagics, even though he's one of the biggest guys. But we need to include like the game fishing club and people, members from those different areas, to ensure that when we present it back to the council, that we have closed the loop. That's the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. And Sarah, I have a question too, was not a comment, you talk about dolphin being the indicator. I'm concerned because we don't have very good recreational data, and dolphin is one of the most desired and target species by the RECs. How are we going to address that using dolphin indicator, not having that data available?
This is Sarah. So if you remember, there were ACLs and for both the commercial and the recreational. And so the dolphin fish stock complex ACL for both sector was just developed based on landings solely of dolphin, as opposed to dolphin and pompano. Like your mackerels, the landings of those two species were added together, and that's how the ACLs were developed. So what's going to happen in lack of recreational landings information is the ACL for the dolphin fish stock complex, which was based on just landings of dolphin, is going to be the ACL that we will compare landings to every year. So it shouldn't really affect the management of the stock, with the exception that you won't have the benefit of the total landings like you would if you had both sectors. If we had information from both sectors, then we would get the commercial ACL or the commercial landings for dolphin and the recreational landings for dolphin. We would see if either of those sectors exceeded their sector ACL, and then also if the combined landings exceeded the combined ACL. And so that's how the AM was developed. But in lack of the recreational, we will only be comparing the commercial to the commercial. Now, if you thought you had a lot of landings of pompano dolphin and you wanted to reconstruct how that ACL is set up for the stock complex, you could send it back to the SSC, and as a council, you could determine if you wanted to revisit having dolphin as the indicator for that stock complex.
My comment is much more simple than that. Is that you're going to have a number for dolphin, combined dolphins, right? The majority of people don't identify them well, and for them is the same. It's just a chicken dolphin. Chicken dolphins are all the same. Okay, And my point is that we are going to be missing the total, that this is historical happening, it's not now. We're gonna be missing information on what is really going on if we just go with the commercial landings, because that's not the bigger chunk of the dolphin removal. And this is the part that I don't know how we're gonna address. I don't think is easy, but we need to be mindful about it. Graciela?
Marco, before Graciela, let's not confuse the management measure with the actual data collection, okay? If you have a management measure, and by the way, Clay mentioned this before, I've been saying this for the last 40 years. You are not managing the stock. What you're really managing is allocation. Because in order to manage the stock, you have to go all around the area where those animals occur. And also we have the same problem at international level because we have what we call the gauntlet fishery. The gauntlet fishery is every country grab whatever they can. They don't care about the country before or after them. They just grab whatever they can. And if we don't have a concerted effort to manage those species, like the dolphin, for example, and some other pelagics, in a concerted manner, where every country understand the dynamics of the dolphin fish and then apply appropriate measures for collecting data and distributing data and management, very little you can do with the animal. In the case of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, what we have done is that we are using really the commercial land is like a litmus paper. We don't know what is happening with the recreational. We know it's a lot, but we don't know. Even the fishery that we have that we call commercial is also kind of fuzzy because the reporting factor that we have here. And then on top of that, what Marcus is saying, a chicken dolphin isn't a dolphin that is about this size. Could be one species or the other. And those are the kind of things that you have to discuss probably at the pre-meeting. And if we don't have that information, think about ways of collecting information. Clay mentioned, for example, we can have workshop with the fishers and collect that information. And the fishers that count in terms of the information that you want. It's what Julian is saying. Out of the 20 or so DAP members, there are one or two who actually fish for dolphin. Around the table here, our chairman fish for dolphin. So when he talk about dolphin, he knows what he's talking about. And those are the kind of information that we need. We also mentioned about anecdotal information, translate that into science. Anecdotal information translated into science is nothing but hearing what the fisherman had to say, that have the experience, and see if that make any sense in terms of the formulas and application that you have from the scientific point of view. The other question I have for Maria and Sarah is, where are we in terms of the schedule of preparing this? And by the way, remember that we have the three island-based FMPs approved. So what is necessary, something that we need to adopt for Puerto Rico may change for St. Thomas and John and St. Croix. So Sarah and Maria, where are we in terms of the schedule for the council actions based on the work that is needed to be done and what you have done already?
This is Sarah. I'll take a first stab and then pass it to Maria. So we've only had one IPT meeting. They obviously had a long list of questions that they would like to know the answers to. So I would say we're kind of at the beginning of this. It's very important. We want to make sure we get it right. We obviously would like to have opportunities to speak to not only the DAPs, but the fishers. So I would say very preliminary. Obviously, we do want to make sure we get it in place so that we are protecting, especially in light of the lack of recreational information, but we're very preliminary at the beginning. Maria?
Yes, thank you, Sarah. This is Maria. So with all this discussion, I was kind of thinking that, the complexity of the process in Puerto Rico, because of all the pelagic species that they have, seem to be a little more than for the other islands. So I was kind of wondering if it was, if we could be explored, maybe dividing this, like if there's an urgency to have, like is the Puerto Rico one is going to take a little bit more time than doing something for St. Thomas and St. John or St. Croix, like if there was a possibility perhaps of doing it separate, because we have different FMPs. So, I mean, unless, because, like maybe so St. Thomas and John and St. Croix, they're only managing 2 species, and assuming that, like, that they could just those two species will be a kind of easier perhaps to get everybody on the same page as to where they would move forward. So that could be a possibility that could be explored because we're very, very early in the process. And then separate a little bit the processes for like if you're gonna do scoping hearings or public hearings or DAP meetings, et cetera, maybe that will benefit from that. This is just a suggestion for the council to consider.
Miguel,
But that was like the suggestion I had in my head. So I'm glad that you said it, not me. But I believe that we might be ready to move forward faster with St. Thomas and John, for example, as what Julian was saying, we can have a virtual meeting of the DAP in a particular point in time where we be able to discuss this in a better way. So we can have Sarah, Graciela, Maria, James, and anybody that you recommend, Julian, from your group, the DAP, in addition to features that you may recognize as knowledgeable about the Dolphin Wahoo situation, the experience, not necessarily members of the DAP, so we can invite them. And then when we have the physical meeting, we can revisit that meeting. But I believe between here and April, although April look far away, for IRS purposes is too close. April 15 is close for me, at least. So we need to plan ahead. And then we can have a virtual meeting. I can coordinate with Julian, Sarah, and Maria, and see what is the best appropriate. And so we have one topic regarding this, so we can advance that. The same with St. Croix. In the case of St. Croix, what is the situation with St. Croix? And there I would recruit Carlos Farchetti as a council member, the same that you can work with the St. Thomas and John. In the case of Puerto Rico, of course, Vanessa and Marcos have to be included there. And then we have to look at the things that we need, the gaps that we have in the case of Puerto Rico, the complexity that we have there. We can use Virgin Islands as an example to follow in terms of the dolphin and the wahoo, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. In the case of the international, we need that for yesterday. But the thing that we can say is that the US delegation can just give an update of where are we with the dolphin wahoo. The South Atlantic have a lot of experience working with that. They have a plan. The Gulf is not enough, but I will leave that to the discretion of the regional office as to how they can interact. Laura Simo is been contacting them, and the two other councils are interested in participating as much as possible. The last part I was going to say, long ago, the three councils, Gulf, South Atlantic, and the Caribbean, we tried to have a common management plan for the three areas. It resulted, at that time, we were ahead of our time because of the complexity of it, the priorities, for example. Dolphin wahoo might be a priority here, not necessarily for the Gulf. They have other species there, bigger, many, other states, and et cetera. So in summary, Mr. Vice Chairman, the staff will coordinate with the Julian, Nelson, and Eddie to see the best time for a meeting that we can address this particular issue. Now that we have virtual meeting, it's easier to address one topic one day. So we get that out of the way in terms of collecting the information that we need.
Yeah, Jack, and I need to keep moving along, but we have a good news for you in a moment.
So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, Jack McGovern. I think the suggestion Maria has made is a good one where we could just move forward with a separate amendment. I don't know if you're thinking of for both St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, just doing one amendment for that for the two pelagic species there. That I think that would be pretty easy to do. It's just two species. And then just having Puerto Rico as another amendment that would be further developed. If you want to do that. And I guess the next step here is to go to the apps and gather information. The presentation that Sarah has made is on the council's website, or will be on the council's website. So everybody can see all those questions, and the DAPs can see those questions, and they can answer them.
Jack, and do we need a motion for that?
I don't know if you need a motion. I think it just guidance to staff is good.
Clay, and I, just before the break, I have somebody that wants to engage into the conversation in a moment. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I just had a question regarding process, because I see SYLs, ABCs, ACL, and ACT in there, and I guess the SYL and ABC might have come from an application of the SSC's ABC control rule, but I don't think the SSC has looked at any of this.
They provided, sorry, Graciela, for the record, they provided the ABCs to the council before the island-based FMPs were put in place. They were just approved October this year. So they've been involved in the process of the ABC control rule and providing the ABC
Just not having a formal discussion about it.
through all of the council, the SSC meetings that they hosted before that came into the island-based FMPs, yes.
Oh, so going back pretty far.
So this is, yeah, the data for this was to 2016. And that's what they've seen. We haven't brought this back to the SSC recently.
Thank you very much, Graciela. Sarah, I just alluded to the need for recreational data, and you have the benefit, and I really thank you, Grisel. She's present. She's the DNR representative, not representative, a personnel that deals with recreational fishery for a long time. And I want her to say something to the group and to put you guys in contact, because this coordination is super important.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Grisel Rodriguez Ferrer, and we've been working with recreational fisheries for the past 22 years. So mainly we do the interviews, and also we go to the tournaments. I saw in the list that you have first the Pompano dolphin. I added up with Mahi. In 22 years, we have only 2 individuals of Pompano dolphins that we have seen ID, and even we did the barcoding on them for Puerto Rico on the North Coast. So regarding recreational, it's not common to see Pompano dolphin. We do have the data. We have, as I said, 22 years worth of data, and we have the raw data from NRIP up to 2013, and then we did continue our own project. Right now we are developing another project, and we do have data on Mahi, on Oahu, and we have also several students from UPR that are working on the species, that once their theses are done, they are going to be useful for the management. So our project, which is the Recreational Statistic Program from DNER, is more than willing and more than happy to be a part of this conversation, and especially with pelagics. That's pretty much the main focus of the recreational anglers here. And we will be more than happy to share our data and collaborate with these management issues.
Perfect timing, Grisel. Thank you very much for being available, and we need you, right? And please get in contact with Sarah to send whatever data you have available for her, and we really need that. I really appreciate your engagement, your availability to this. Thank you, Grisel. I need a 5-minute break. Many people are texting me that they need a 5-minute break. 5-minute break now. When we come back, we're gonna keep the meeting. I'll let you guys know. 5 minutes. Back in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Let's restart the meeting. Thank you. Avoid conversation on the back of the room. Thank you. The next presentation is managing trap fishery in USVI. Maria.
Thank you, Marcos. This is Maria Lopez with the NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office. And this presentation is titled Managing Trap Fisheries in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Review of Pertinent State and Federal Regulations. So I wanted to point out, while our staff gets ready to put the presentation on the screen, that this is not something new. This is something that this is a presentation that was given to the council back in December 2019. That was right before the pandemic hit. And we're bringing it back because there was the council requested that we bring back this topic again, so the council can decide how to move forward with it. So what you are going to listen to today is there are some things that may have changed that need some updating, and at the end of the presentation, I will ask the council how they would like to move forward. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the summary of the discussion at the 168 council meeting that was in December 2019. If you remember, Dr. Bill Arnold was still with us during that time, and it's a presentation that he gave. The council and constituents requested review of three topics at that time: recreational trap use in federal waters, extending fish trap reduction plan to federal waters, and revising the spiny lobster management. And there is a motion that was I added in there because this all comes from the 165 council meeting that was in April 2019, where there was a council discuss that fish traps are an authorized gear for recreational fishers in the Caribbean Sea. So based on that discussion, the council directed staff to develop amendments to the island-based FMPs, which were not in place yet by that time, to address the use of fish traps and pots in the EEC. So this is basically what started this conversation, at least for the part of the recreational trap use. For the fish trap reduction plan, it was because council NOAA Fisheries work with the U.S. Virgin Islands and with the fishers and the government to establish and to develop a fish trap reduction plan for their state waters that has been in place since 2017. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, during that 168 council meeting in 2019 in December, the discussion centered in the clarifications that were needed to existing regulations before addressing certain issues that had to do with compatibility of regulations between federal waters and U.S. Virgin Islands state regulations. And I want to emphasize that this presentation is just focusing on the U.S. Virgin Islands because they were the ones that requested this discussion. So some of the clarifications that were needed at the time and that were pointed out for the staff to work and the U.S. Virgin Islands state government to work is the distinction between a fish trap and a lobster trap, that it's not evident in the regulations, in the U.S. Virgin Islands regulations. Also, some inconsistencies between the design and construction requirements for the traps and buoy marking. And these are inconsistencies, again, between federal and USVI fishing regulations. Also, other issues with compatibility for the spiny lobster, such as licenses and permits, minimum harvest size, requirement for imports, retention of undersized and egg-bearing lobsters, use of chemicals, and annual catch limits and accountability measures. So during this discussion, they were council members and participants of the U.S. Virgin Island fisheries were talking about the differences between their fish and lobster traps, the use of bigger traps, the use of that a lot of people depend on lobster fishing using wire traps, etc. And there was we showed the pictures of different kinds of traps that were used, etc., with the idea of trying to make a distinction, because in the U.S. Virgin Island regulations, which was something that was pointed out by participants, there wasn't really a description of what a spiny lobster trap constituted, which was a problem because if we were wanting to move into compatible regulations, there needed to be some sort of distinction so as to be able to implement something that makes sense between both of them. So bottom line is that everybody agreed that in both sides, federal and in the U.S. Virgin Islands side, in terms of regulations, there were things that needed to be corrected before the federal government could adopt things, including the fish trap reduction plan that was in place since 2017. And then because at that time we were moving into island-based FMPs, there was some sort of agreement that each island needed to work to get their rules in place. And here they were talking about everybody, including Puerto Rico, for working with the federal government so as to look into compatibility. And we'll get into some more details about that. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, and remember, this is just what was in the other presentation, a little bit updated, so as to refresher, so for you to decide what you want to do. And this is from the U.S. Virgin Islands Coast. USVI prohibits the use of pod strap, hold seams, and set nets by recreational fishers, which is what we were talking about. U.S. Virgin Islands has specific regulations, the same as Puerto Rico, that do not allow the use of pods and traps by the recreational fishers. However, in the federal waters, there's not a compatible regulation for that. So that was something that was discussed. And with regards to this, then the council will need to decide how to move forward if they want to do some sort of amendment to prohibit or evaluate the use of recreational traps in federal waters. And that's something that, the way that this could be done, it's something that, obviously we will have to sit down and figure this out. But there was a lot of interest, obviously, from the council into not just authorizing the use of traps for the commercial sector, because that's how it's traditionally used. And there's really nobody using recreational traps in federal waters. However, you want to be proactive for the future. Those are the things that were discussed. And we'll talk about that later. Next slide, please. Okay, so then the second issue that was presented was extending fish trap reduction to federal waters. And this is just a summary of what was presented back then. The Caribbean Fishery Management Council established 2 trap reduction steering committees in the U.S. Virgin Islands. There was a St. Croix U.S. Virgin Islands Fish Trap Management Plan, and then a management plan for St. Thomas and John. I'm not going to go into details, but these are their the trap management plans that occur in their waters. Next slide. Oh, you cannot see this, but anyways, you can find this in the U.S. Virgin Island Commercial Fishing Handbook. This is just to show you where you can find information about the U.S. Virgin Islands Fish Trap Reduction Program. You can read everything that you need to know. This is not something that is federal, just state. So basically, it says that it was signed into law by the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands in August 2017. And the purpose is to establish a sustainable management program for the fish trap fishery within territorial waters in order to achieve the following general intentions and purpose of the government of the United States Virgin Islands. It says limit participation in the Virgin Islands trap fishery, cap the maximum number of allowable fish traps per fisher, reduce the total number of fish traps by about 20% relative to the status quo in St. Thomas, St. John, reduce the total number of fish traps by about 10% relative to the status quo in St. Croix, and improve the economic efficiency of the fish trap fishery by increasing catch per trap. And then it talks about eligibility, and then goes into a specifics of each one of the trap reduction plans for each one of the districts, St. Thomas, St. John, and in the district of St. Croix. Next slide. The plan also has, and you can find this in the commercial fishing handbook that is available in the U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife website, information about the administration, the fees, enforcement, etc. Go to the next slide, please. And again, I'm just highlighting this so that you all know that there's a fish trap reduction program, and it has various specific things that are required and goals and things that are accomplished. And if it's the intention of the council, which was in the past, to adopt a similar plan for federal waters, then that will be something that will need to be evaluated for the council to see how it could be done. But then, we will be interested in seeing, what the U.S. Virgin Islands council members and other council members would like to say about this. Now, regarding trap construction, and this is just to highlight some of the differences that were mentioned in the past about trap construction. For example, in St. Thomas, St. John, in the fish traps must have a minimum 2-inch square mesh. And it used to say in the presentation, or 1.5 hexagonal mesh at the smaller mesh on 2 sides. I crossed that off because in the information handbook that wasn't there anymore. So I wanted to ask if that was something that was different or not. But the point is that if there are differences between different regulations that the islands have and the federal regulations, and if there is an interest for compatibility, then that's something that we need to talk about to see how we can fix it. That's it. So it also talks about St. Croix, that all traps must have a minimum of 1.5, and then in the Virgin Islands Code, it says no fish trap, fish pot, or lobster pot constructed of wire or mesh can have a mesh size smaller than 1.25. So there's some sort of differences that, remember, we discussed this in December 2019. So there may have been progress made in terms of discussions within the involved parts during this time, but we are not aware of those. So this will be a good opportunity to know where we're moving with this and if there are things that need to be updated. Okay, next slide. There's also, okay, so this is where that information about the gear restriction, it's included from, again, the U.S. Virgin Islands from the regulations. It's talking about inspection, all fish, and for St. Thomas and John, all fish traps must have a minimum 2-inch square mesh. That's the same thing that we had before. And then information about the construction, etc. Everything is in here. So we go to the next slide, please. And then again, this is from the BR code, also information about the fish traps. For example, it has for different days from 1995 and then after 1998. And I'm assuming that the most recent is the one that from commencing January 1, 2000, all fish traps placed in the territorial waters of the BI shall have a mesh size of at least 2 inches square, or if hexagonal, 2 inches square. So I guess the question is, has anything changed? Are we operating, or is the Virgin Islands operating under this 2000 from the regulations that said after the year 2000, etc. So just to clarify again, where we should go with this and what things need to be done also on our side to be able to be compatible with you. Next slide. Now let's go to the federal regulations. So in our federal regulations that are current right now because of the island-based FMPs, we made some efforts to try to better define what a fish trap means and a spiny lobster trap means, because of course we also had some text that wasn't very clear, right? So, and there are things that we can do, but for now, this is what we have done. So in our current regulations, a fish trap means in the Caribbean EEC, a trap and its component parts, including the lines and the buoys, regardless of the construction material, used for or capable of taking finfish. This does not include a spiny lobster trap as defined in subpart S, T, and U of this part. Subparts S, T, and U are each one of the islands. I believe S is Puerto Rico, T is St. Thomas, St. Croix, thank you, and U is St. Thomas and St. John. So that's how our regulations are divided now. They're divided by island. So there are just the references in there in case you want to look at that. Now, there's also a distinction for a spiny lobster trap. It says it means the traps and its component parts, including the lines and buoys, used for or capable of taking spiny lobster and meeting the spiny lobster trap construction and specification of this subpart. This doesn't change anything about how you work your traps or what you can catch or not catch. It just makes it easier for regulations to be specified either for a fish trap or a spiny lobster trap. Regardless if you fish for, if you catch a spiny lobster in a fish trap, which is what many people do. Next slide. Okay, so from the federal regulations for fish traps, address mesh size depending on the material, either bare wire or not, and the shape of the mesh, either hexagonal or not. And these are the references where you can find in our regulations where you can find information about that. Federal regulations for spiny lobster traps do not address mesh sizes or construction materials other than for scape panels. What is the need? Within each of the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix management areas, USB regulation should include a description of allowable construction, including mesh material and size for each of the fish and lobster traps. Remember, most of the descriptions that are in the, or almost all of the descriptions that are included in the regulations that manage the use of fish traps and spiny lobster in the territory are referring to fish traps, right? So this need was pointed out as to let's have some distinctions between the fish and lobster traps so we can move forward with regulations that are specific to each one of them. Federal regulations cannot be brought compatible with state regulations unless and until the state regulations regarding the respective definitions of fish and lobster traps are clear and unequivocal. Ideally, the compatible federal legal descriptions should be consistent throughout the U.S. Caribbean. They don't have to be absolute, but there should be features of each trap type that clearly define them as either a fish trap or a lobster trap. I think we're kind of clear on the purpose of this one by this point. So what's the next? Please go to the next one. Okay, so this one is related to trap scape panels and bends. And regarding scape panels in the U.S. Virgin Islands territorial waters, fish pots may be constructed of any material, but a panel of some sort must be constructed of some material less durable than the construction of the pot itself, such as twine, bamboo, or softwood. We have similar but more specific regulations in federal waters, just to point out, compatibility or not compatibility. U.S. Virgin Island spiny lobster regulations require scape mechanisms on any vertical side or the top. A panel no smaller than the diameter of the throat or entrance of the trap. It must be made of or attached by untreated fiber or biological origin not exceeding 1/8 inches in diameter, such as tire palm, hemp, jute, cotton wool, or silk. Also ungalvanized or uncoated iron wire. We have a similar law in federal waters for spiny lobster, so we're good there. What is the need? There's a need to have clear and compatible regulations regarding trap escape panel design and attachment. And this is a note from 2019. At that time, there was no reference to escape bends that we could find. The ones that don't have a cover and they don't therefore allow continuous release of undersized specimen. The escape bends are in use by St. Thomas and St. John fishers, but we were not sure if only for fish traps or if St. Croix or Puerto Rico have similarly styled escape bends. Next slide. Regarding marking traps and trap lines, just to highlight some of the differences or similarities. The US Virgin Island law requires buoys to be marked with the commercial fisher's license number and for the buoy to bear the fisher's assigned color scheme. All traps and pods must be marked with the commercial license numbers. All fish trap sets in US Virgin Island territorial waters must be identifiable with a uniquely lettered number USVI fish trap tag composed of a durable material not easily destroyed. Now in the EEC, federal law requires fish traps and spiny lobster traps and associated buoys to be marked with the vessel number. So there's a difference in there, right? And we should figure this one out. Buoys must have the color code assigned to the vessel. So what is the need? Again, clarity and consistency between state and federal regulations. Okay, next slide. So a little bit more about marking traps and trap lines. Number of locations of buoys are not described for territorial deployments. However, in the EEC, our regulations say that individual traps must have at least one buoy that floats on the surface. And if a trap line, and there is a trap line, then a buoy attached at each end of the line that should be there. The need territorial description of buoy location for individual traps and trap lines. For trap lines, to clarify that a minimum of 2 buoys is required, one at each end of the trap line, if that's the case, and just to be compatible with the federal, if that's what they want to do. Next slide. Now regarding spiny lobster management, with regard to licenses and permits, the Virgin Island Code requires commercial fishers to have commercial fishing license and for helpers to have helper's license. There are reporting requirements, catch sampling consent. And to sell fish landed in US Virgin Islands, they must have a commercial fishing license and a business license, even if harvested from EEC and even with an HMS permit. No person, not a resident of the territory, may sell in the territory without proper license issued by the commissioner. What is the need? Is there a need for a permit in the EEC to manage spiny lobster harvest? So these regulations that we just mentioned govern fishing and harvesting in USVI territorial waters and landing and selling fish in the US Virgin Islands. So then the question is, how do we manage spiny lobster harvest in the EEC? Is there a need to have a permit? So those are kind of things that we have discussed in the past. And once we start working with permits, which we already have an IPT and we're going to be working with that, that will be one of the considerations. Is like, what does the US Virgin Island needs in terms of permits? Okay, next slide. Continuing with spiny lobster management, just to highlight some differences. Minimum size, 3.5 inches carapace in all jurisdictions, so we're good. And then regarding spiny lobster imports, the territory requires the tail weight to meet at least 6 ounces. And the federal regulations are a little more extensive, and they do have a range from 5.9 to 6.4 ounces. So the need is that the US Virgin Islands 6 ounce minimum is inconsistent with the federal 5.9 ounces minimum for lobster imports. And again, this is not something new. I mean, I think we're all aware of all of these things. And obviously some of the things take a lot of time to change and address, but it's good to keep it fresh in our minds so we know what we have to do. Next slide. For spiny lobster, for egg bearings, the Virgin Islands Code allows egg bearing lobster to remain in traps in the water with no limit on number. Egg-bearing lobsters can remain in traps until eggs have been naturally released. Then the lobster can be harvested, assuming it's of minimum legal size. Now, in federal law, requires that the egg-bearing lobster be returned to the water unharmed and allows them to remain in the trap, provided the trap is returned immediately to the water. For undersized species, for undersized spiny lobster in the US Virgin Islands, undersized lobsters can be used as attractants in traps or pots. But we didn't see that in the Fisher booklet. Federal regulations state that an undersized lobster may not be possessed, sold, or purchased and must be released with minimum harm, but there's no specific reference to using lobster as attractant. So this one is a big difference. And there's a need then to clarify consistency regarding the use of attractants and particularly undersized lobster. Next slide. The other thing, and it's about using chemicals to target spiny lobster. That's something that is specifically prohibited in U.S. Virgin Island waters, but it's not specifically prohibited in the EC waters. Now, in our federal regulations, because we made some changes to the species that we were managing, we made a change to the description of the use of chemicals and plants. And in our regulations, it says a toxic chemical may not be used or possessed in a coral area. I believe before it was a toxic chemical may not be used or possessed, may not be used for corals or something like that. But now that all corals are completely prohibited, we made some changes, we made some changes to this that were within the intention of the council at the time. So we're just saying a toxic chemical may not be used or possessed in a coral area. Now, we do have in our regulations that poison, drug, or other chemical may not be used to fish for reef fish in the EC around St. Thomas and St. John. The same regulation applies to the EC around St. Croix and the same one for Puerto Rico. We didn't see a similar regulation in the U.S. Virgin Island. I don't know necessarily if it's needed, but at least for the federal part, there's a need to prohibit the use of chemicals to harvest spiny lobster in EAC waters, because it's not just, using it in coral areas. Spiny lobster, can be anywhere, but you just don't want to allow the use of chemicals to harvest the spiny lobster. And I'm almost done. And the last slide is another difference, and you all know this one: application of annual catch limits and accountability measures. The annual catch limits reflect sustainable harvest based on the best available science, and they would be our best estimate of how much can be harvested annually from each stock in a sustainable manner. Exceeding the ACL for a stock, has that possibility that the stock will be put in risk for overfishing. The accountability measures are the tools used by managers to ensure harvest stays within the ACL for each stock. And in reality, there's no value to the ACL unless the AM is available. So we do know that all ACLs are developed using combined landings from state and federal waters. So it's important that those ACLs apply to both the state and federal waters so they achieve their purpose. And the same with AMs, and that is obviously not the case. So with that said, I want to go to the last slide, which is the next step. I basically just highlighted all the differences with regards some of those. There's other things that are obviously not compatible between state and federal waters, but for the interest of this topic, these are the things that were highlighted as incompatibilities. Now, what we need from the council, I don't think we need a motion or anything, but I think it will be interesting to know if the council is, what do we need to know? What do we need to do? What do the council want to do at this time? And if they want to do something, it's important to coordinate with the U.S. Virgin Islands government, because obviously these are differences between the U.S. Virgin Islands and federal waters, and also the scope of the action. Like, if you want to do something with this, what is your interest? Because there were many topics included in here, not just the fish trap reduction. So with that, I give it back to you, Marcos.
Thank you, Maria. Miguel.
Yeah, this is an important matter. So we need to break for lunch. So I suggest, Mr. Chairman, come back at 1:15. It's important, but not as important as lunch. So we can come back at 1:15. And the original idea of the whole discussion was when Dr. Roy Crabtree asked for the local governments to come up with a proposal regarding management of traps. And this is the document. And by the way, thank you to Maria and the staff, because it's a very thorough document that was prepared with conversation with Carlos Farchete and others. So, Mr. Chairman, I propose to allow Sam to say some words, departing words, and then we can break for lunch and come back 1:15 so we can continue the discussion.
Sam, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Rauch, Deputy Director, for the record, National Fisheries Service. It's been my pleasure to be here. I regrettably will not be here for this afternoon. I have to go back to DC. I wanted to reiterate, first, my thanks to the chair and all the council staff for their hospitality here and to reiterate what I said at the beginning, this is really important, what you all are doing. These fisheries matter, whether you're commercial, recreational, or subsistence, or whatever else you're doing. This is really important for the fabric of the territories, and managing these fisheries well in coordination with the territorial governments in a transparent, science-based fashion is hard. Some of the discussions you had here today are just how hard it is. But it takes a lot to be a good council member. We appreciate what you're doing and keep encouraging you to keep up the good work. And thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you for your historical support to the Caribbean Council and availability to help us anytime we need some guidance and some help from the positions you have been on. We are ready for lunch. We're gonna break for lunch. And we're gonna come back at 1:15. We're breaking for lunch a few minutes earlier and come back a few minutes earlier from lunch. 1:15, we are back. Thank you, son. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's 1:17 PM, December 7th, second part, the afternoon part of our meeting. And we had a presentation from Maria del Mar about managing trap fisher in USVI, and we have a little space now for comments. And can you put up the slide that is what you're requesting from us? Now, there was a question there, I believe, on the end. Okay, thank you. And the screen says council to decide if the action is needed at this time. And I'm going to defer to Carlos Farchete, which was one of the champions on this discussion. Carlos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, we're interested in pursuing this action. And we would like staff to work with us. I have to talk about St. Clair really, because that's really where I'm working this from. But I'm sure St. Thomas is just as interested. We've already done a spreadsheet of and separated tables. I had a table set up where we're compatible regs between territorial and federal. So the commissioner and director Angeli are already aware of this, and we're going to be working in trying to complete the spreadsheet, because there's some things that are missing. So on the 14th of December, we have a St. Croix FAC committee meeting, and I'm going to have this at the only agenda for that night. Well, I shouldn't say that because there are a couple other things in there, but this will be the major topic in the agenda. And we're also gonna jumpstart our draft spiny lobster management plan, which speaks on the design and construction of lobster trap versus fish traps. I think that's it for now, unless you have questions.
Miguel?
Commissioner.
Yeah, I believe that in deference to the US Virgin Islands, the answer to this question could be that yes, the staff will continue coordinating with the US Virgin Islands. So whenever we are ready for any council action, we'll do so. But I believe that we should allow the USVI, the commissioner, Carlos, and other members of the USVI community, allow them to keep working. And when they're ready, sure enough, we can pursue this a little bit further.
Jean-Pierre?
Yes, and good afternoon, everyone. Jean-Pierre Oriol for the record. So that's exactly right. We are interested in this, but we recognize that there is a little bit of cleanup, as Maria was able to present, in terms of some of the inconsistencies even within our legislation and our policies that need to be cleaned up. It is our goal to have compatible regulations. But as for right now, we don't think there's a council action at this time. But we do intend on having that same sort of crosswalk that was presented here today. This is where we are with our local side. This is what we would have to tweak to make it match the federal side, or inquire about how it would need to, what action would need to be taken if the federal side should be changed, could be changed. And we're still like, you know, I think Carlos and the St. Croix FAC as well as the St. Thomas FAC, they've been working, and there is some cleanup that needs to be done. But once we complete those crosswalks, we'd be in a better position to state that we're ready to move forward if there's any action to be taken.
Okay, we have a right path to move forward on it. I don't think we need to discuss anything else at this moment. Thank you, Maria, for the presentation. Last comment, please.
Yes, thank you. This is Maria Lopez. Thank you for that. I do want to point out that one of the inconsistencies that we have, at least from our part, from the federal, is that requirement in the traps we have vessels, like the vessel number, and you guys have a license. So that's something that I think we should all perhaps from our side prioritize as well, because that's a kind of like a big inconsistency, and I think that we can work on that. And then one last thing is that our office, it's available to work with you for updating the fishers, commercial fishers guide that you have, your booklet, because the regulations that you have in there, of course, when you did this, the island-based FMPs were not in place. So that means that all the references that are in there are for the old plans. So we will be happy to assist you, like, because we know that you reference in your book, you reference our regulations. So we have done it in the past, and we'll be happy to work with you to get that updated for the next version of the booklet.
Thank you, Maria. We're ready for the next presentation, which will be the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Adian.
Ariane Rios for the record. Hi, everyone. Just give Christina a moment to pull up the slides. There we go. So I work at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center in the Caribbean Fisheries Branch with Kevin McCarthy and the rest of the team. And today I will be hello? Is this better? Move this over here. Okay. Okay. So I'll be presenting the Southeast Fisheries Science Center U.S. Caribbean Projects Update. Next slide, please. We'll be looking at a non-comprehensive summary of projects. So just give you a little bit about a lot of projects and a few updates. And I do want to emphasize that there's a lot of work going on. And so we'll only touch on a number of them, but there are more. And there is a lot of work to improve sampling, port sampling on all 3 islands. So that's something I wanted to highlight. And then now going to this list, at the top there, you see that work is now also being complemented in Puerto Rico with funding for 2 students at the University of Puerto Rico. Who are working with MER consultants in one of those ongoing research projects. Next, additional funding was received to expand deep water snapper surveys in Puerto Rico that are done in collaboration with fishermen. Additional funding was also received to continue life history sampling that is also conducted in collaboration with fishermen in Puerto Rico. There's also funding to begin a fishery-dependent lobster survey. That is also cooperative research. And that is, there are 2 lobster projects. So this is the first one. It's designed to collect size and CPUE information, catch per unit effort, towards developing an index of abundance that we can use in stock assessments. The second lobster funding, the second lobster study we've received funding to continue fishery independent lobster work specific to juvenile, to creating indices of juveniles and of recruitment. Next slide, please. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, there's ongoing work in partnership with DPNR, Department of Fish and Wildlife, for the designing of the sampling survey. And next, we also have recreational port sampling design ongoing. The third bullet here is that new funding was received to begin work to improve port sampling. And then The last bullet here in bold is that a critical goal for 2023 is to establish a mechanism to move collaborative research funds to USVI. So a lot of the collaborative work that's already been undergoing over the years and right now, there's a mechanism, which is the Cooperative Research Program or other requests for proposals that are a mechanism for funding cooperative research. And then we also have projects, like I mentioned earlier, with students, and there's mechanisms to allocate funds that are disseminated through those mechanisms to those students. And so now the conversation can become, how do we figure out if there's going to be sustained cooperative research, what mechanism can we use to support that? And that's important to be able to not only have these initiative projects, but keep that work going in this region. Next slide, please. A really big activity that the whole team is on is our Caribbean Strategic Planning Workshop. So this is a 3-year project, and it is currently in its 2nd year to develop a strategic plan for data collection to inform stock assessments and ecosystem-based fishery management. And so just to tell you about what happened in the first year, we had virtual Southeast Fisheries Science Center specific workshops to prioritize activities that would, support stock assessments and ecosystem-based fisheries management, as well as our outreach and our communication efforts across the Science Center. The 2nd year expands the participation of that to include the stakeholders, CIRO, university researchers, and regional partners, and to continue identifying actionable items and collaborative efforts. A key word for this project entirely to me is just synergy, because we're all doing a lot of great work. And so this strategic planning workshop identifies, people who have some overlap and can synergize their energy towards the same direction. And just, make sure that everyone knows about and is familiar with what our immediate goals are and what our long-term goals are collectively. And so that involves the council staff and SSC, the DNER and DPNR, University of Puerto Rico and the University of the Virgin Islands, CIRO, Southeast Fisheries Science Center, and the National Park Service. Next slide, please. This is the last slide, I believe, and this is just to let you know about 2 proposals that were recently submitted. The first one was also funded. So the first one is to modernize and automate the provision of existing and electronic monitoring fishery-dependent length composition data required for all U.S. Caribbean assessments and wider research needs. I made that really long title, but basically it means taking the TIP data set and making that data set more analysis ready. So usually those data require a lot of species-specific extraction, and so really benefiting from all the assessments we've done so far and all the work that has been done with that data set, we can really come up with a strategic way to make that whole data set more useful and more easy to work with. And so that's what that project by me and Molly is all about. And then the second project here is related to aquaculture. So we have Rafiq Oren from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center on that. And so that proposal is called Establishing Husbandry and Grow Out Aquaculture Techniques for Blackfin Snapper in the Caribbean, Marine Aquaculture Pilot Project. Next slide. So any questions?
Graciela.
So Ariane, thank you for the presentation. Do you know if there are any plans, in speaking of synergy, to require the collection of oceanographic data while we're doing all these other projects? And the reason for that is twofold. One, because fishers do pay attention to changes in weather, et cetera, and what species they're going to be targeting. And secondly, because of the, we know about climate change and what we're expecting to happen. And one of the things that we've been discussing in different opportunities is that here the migration might not be in the horizontal plane, but it might be vertical. And we have very little information, except for one project that I know of, of data being collected at the same time that fishers are looking for the deep water snapper species. So, that needs to be included somehow. And, nowadays, most of these CTDs and stuff like that are not that expensive, they're expendable things that we can use. And, collaboration with the fishers will always be forthcoming. So do you know if we have any plans to include that in our future plans?
Not currently, but two points come to mind. The first is that that's a topic that we need to revisit at this strategic workshop together. And then another topic that comes to mind and is an example of just that. So on the west coast of Florida, where they've been subject to pretty frequent and persisting red tides, there has also been a lot of initiative from the fishers in that region to collaborate with scientists to better understand how that's happening. And that's actually exactly what they do. And they've got a whole system set up to process that information and make it available in near real time. And so that type of ongoing effort and identifying funding to support those resources is a very important direction that does, it's awesome to have that as an example and for us to look forward to as well.
Yes, I want to make a comment on the same lines of Graciela, not the same specific thing, but I really value the effort on coordination and focus on getting the minimum things that we need to have to move forward. But we are not doing an effort on asking, for example, making a workshop with fishermen saying, what kind of data do you think you can provide us? And to see the willingness, number one, to provide data, or things that they think they can provide data, that with that interchange or conversation, they will learn that there is some things that are a little more complicated than what they think. But maybe there's a few items that we can all get in agreement and explore those new avenues. What I'm trying to say is that there is a need for a bottom-up coordination to find those opportunities. Anybody else from the council? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make a comment, and it's about the collaboration that commercial fishermen are always there to collaborate, but it's important to give follow-up on that because, for example, we were collaborating, we make the workshop 2 years ago for a project for lobster traps, dry new lobster traps, and it was supposed to, before 2 months, be there, and have been 2 years and we still waiting. So, and we don't receive any follow-up. And that's important that once the commercial fishermen take their time to be there in a workshop and be practically with their boats right there to start next day if it's necessary, and then no one contact them, they feel like no one is taking care of the time that they take and the importance that they have with all the information that they can collaborate. Thanks.
I agree with you, and there is many venues. We have a little talk related to this issue with Clay before later he's gonna talk to you guys about it. James
Craig Lowe, St. Thomas, St. John. Just a question I have about the port sampling techniques. Can you explain briefly how someone comes and does and the time they spend and how that works?
Is Kevin online?
Kevin?
I'm online if I have a chance to speak.
Yes, Kevin, we hear you loud and clear.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this is Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Yeah, we're working out a lot of those procedures, but the goal is very much to keep the time that we're working with the fishers to an absolute minimum. We recognize that, that is not why people go fishing, to come back to the dock and be interviewed by a port sampler. They've got other things to do, oftentimes to go and sell the fish. So we're very much aware of that, and that we want to keep that that interview to the absolute minimum time. And that's why one of the bullet points that Adian had there was some funding to improve the efficiency of the port sampling. So we've got a lot of moving parts with the port sampling. One of them is to properly design a statistically robust sampling scheme, right? So when and where do we send samplers so that we get a good estimate of not just the landings, but the size composition of those landings, because we want to achieve both with this survey. But we also have the other side of the equation, which is when you're interviewing someone, you as the port sampler, how do we get that done as fast as we can while still getting good quality data? So you'll be seeing things like new technologies, like cameras that are taking pictures of the animals that are landed, right, to get a species identification and a size composition as quickly as possible. So there's a lot of things going on with trying to improve that efficiency while still maintaining a good statistical design for the survey. I hope that answered the question.
That answers part of my question. And actually, I'm going to ask you one more and then a follow-up. Are we talking commercial and recreational?
Yes, commercial and recreational in the Virgin Islands, where the Science Center is partnered with the territorial scientists to get that survey in there, because we recognize that in the Caribbean, there's some gray area as to what a vessel may be doing on any given day. It could be a commercial trip one day, and it could be a rec trip another day, and it could be a for-hire trip another day. So we don't want to not catch the fishing effort and the landings for any vessel just because they happen to be in a different category on a particular day. And as we all know, we need to have the landings and the size composition of those landings from every sector of the fishery if we're really going to manage the resources properly.
All right, and then my follow-up.
And in Puerto Rico, I'll just
Craig Lowe. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in Puerto Rico, the Science Center has funded work and continues to fund work to properly design or get the information to properly design commercial fishery survey, and we're working in support with DNER, and Grizel's team, and they're very much the leads on the recreational side of that work in Puerto Rico. We're providing some support to that, but they're the leads.
James Craig Lowe, St. Thomas, St. John. And then my primary concern is I have seen the port samplers the last few years, and actually they set up right where my business is quite often at my marina. And they have to wait for vessels to come in. A lot of times they just are not coming in, or they'll be sitting there, and I'll look around. I'll say, okay, I know this person's out fishing. That person's fishing. This one's recreational. This one's recreational. This one's commercial. They're not going to be back for hours, but there's got to be some more way. Or in St. John, I'll say, well, I know these guys are going fishing this day. But for the port samplers, I know I've had to go and find an umbrella for somebody because they're sitting in the hot sun, or, they try to bring some things, but I try to do what I can to help out. But it just seems sometimes they're there waiting for people to come in for a long time. There's got to be an easier way to get the data.
I agree, and I applaud your efforts in helping those poor folks out who are sitting in the hot sun. So what we've completed, and by and by we, I mean the port samplers that are down there right now. I was sitting in an air-conditioned office while they were out in the sun. Over the last several months, let's say 6 months or so, what we've completed on, and when it's still ongoing in St. John, if I'm remembering correctly, but in St. Croix as well as St. Thomas, is an effort survey. And what that is to go around, we divide the day up into time blocks, and we go around to the various ports where people are coming in, and we figure out activity patterns so that we very much get at a more efficient sampling design, so that we don't have people sitting there for hours when nobody's coming in. So they're going to know, okay, we need to go to these ports at this time, and we need to go to those ports at another time. And we go to certain ports where we know we're going to catch the commercial traffic. At other times, we're going to catch the recreational traffic. So that this is very much an effort to improve that design for many of the reasons that you've just mentioned.
James Craiglow, thank you very much. I appreciate the information. Anything we can do to help out, because a lot of times we know when certain people are going out and coming in, and we just want to get the best data that we can for our surveys.
Yes, I want to
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Kevin. I just want to mention my comments before about making the workshop with the fishermen, with the industry, with the people like Craiglow, is that we can identify those opportunities that are there that we don't know now, right? We cannot, for example, if we have 10 people like him spread around the island is one thing versus having just one, but we don't know that yet. We need to include the fishermen and have that, what capability the industry or willingness the industry have to support science. And thank you, Kevin. And I would like to pass the word to Clay Perch on the same lines. We have, Clay, 1 second. There is a virtual hand. Kevin?
Yep, thank you, Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, there and it could be that as we build through designing the survey, that there are aspects of the fishery that need to be more individually based. And so what I mean by that is there may be sectors of the fishery that a handful of fishers are involved, and it may make more sense to capture them in something that's a little bit different than a traditional survey design, you know, where you'd have sort of an individually based survey. And we're not that far in the design yet, but we may, you know, we've talked about that over the years. That's something that's been discussed with the other contractors that we've had looking at these kinds of problems in Puerto Rico, and some years ago, some initial steps looking at designing surveys in the Virgin Islands. So there are a lot of ways to get at this, and we want to be flexible, and we want to be efficient, and we want to hear from you know, ideas from all sides. So I agree with you, Marcos. It's important to keep talking to everybody involved in the process.
I want to express my gratitude and the gratitude of the council members that I spoke to on your leadership or making a focused effort to move forward in a quicker and more effective way. Thank you, Kevin. Clay?
Yeah, thank you. And that was an excellent summary by Adrian and Kevin. I just want to say a couple things. I think the gist of it, what you heard from Kevin, is we need to move the Caribbean into the 21st century in terms of data collection. I mean, that's the bottom line. You heard our commercial statistics are highly uncertain. There's big gaps. People are reporting fishes that's one thing as something else. All these sorts of things that are going on. We've really got to step it up. And I appreciate that there are those who want to help, but the key thing is we need to make sure that we have a very good sampling design. We need to make sure it represents the entire fishery and not just those who want to help. So the people that Kevin's been working with, I know Julian's been involved, a lot of people have been involved, are trying to find ways that are flexible, but still get us what we need for both the science and the management. And that's it's a tricky line to walk sometimes, right? What will actually work and is really defensible for science and monitoring versus what people find acceptable, because we're talking about changing the way people have been doing business for an awful long time. So we are trying very hard to work with folks. The other side of the equation is, though, it takes resources, takes funding to do some of the things that we want to do. And in the past, I would say generally it hasn't been there. There were some funds in the president's budget, part of the territorial initiative. Unfortunately, that hasn't made it into the congressional language as of yet. So hopefully there'll be some advocates that arise for getting more funding into the Caribbean for those sorts of things. Kevin also mentioned, and others have mentioned, the lack of recreational statistics. Obviously, what was going on before wasn't sufficient, so MRIP pulled out of the game because there wasn't any point throwing good money after bad. So part of the strategy is to develop a sampling plan that covers both recreational and commercial. Sometimes it's the same size boats using the same ramps, right? So there's a logic to that. Hopefully, by combining funds that could have been used for commercial and funds from MRIP and other sources for recreational together, if we're using the same program, we can get more bang for the buck. So that's what we're trying to work on, work with all our partners, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and see what we can come up that's efficient. But again, we do need more resources to do everything that we're hoping to accomplish. So that tells us what's being taken out of the water, right? But the other thing is to see what's left in the water. And that's our resource surveys. And we all agree that probably using the great big NOAA white ships isn't the best thing for the Caribbean, not the best investment. The advantage to us, though, is we get a certain allocation of white ship time. So how do we move from that to something that's more efficient? We've already started a deep water survey that is a cooperative research survey, works with the fishers for snapper, deep water snapper and grouper. That's just really started this year coming up, the first year going at full steam. It's been a pilot study before that. We had the experimental trap survey in St. Croix. That's one we would like to see expanded across all the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, maybe every couple of years, because that gets one group of fish. There is the diver-based survey. The problem is that only goes to something like 100 feet. And as many people have mentioned for conch and others, there's a lot of animals that are deeper than that. So we're experimenting with using remote controlled cameras and other means to get a view of what's down in the deeper water, and then kind of link that up with what we see in the shallow water so that we have more robust estimates of the number of conch and other fish species out there. So those are the two big things. The spiny lobster survey that we sort of had started, but now it's kind of has stalled a bit. We need to resurrect that. Obviously, that's a huge fishery for here. So those are the kind of things we're working on. But again, it's gonna require more resources to do the things that we all want to do. I think by combining forces between the territorial agencies and the feds, we can get a little more bang for the buck, but it's still going to take some more resources to be injected in the system to really do all the things that we want. There is also the issue of just doing some basic research, basic life history parameters. You've heard some of the studies that were funded. Adyan gave you a little summary of what's in the pike right now. And we'll continue chipping away, trying to develop an information base through that means. There's several projects that could be funded in the future. We've started to use more cooperative research funds for research in the Caribbean. Marfin now allows some research in the Caribbean. So I think you'll see and have seen in the past couple of years, more attention being given to the Caribbean. But again, same resources and you're competing with the Gulf and South Atlantic. So there's only so much we can put in the Caribbean without taking too much away from the others. Again, more resources would be helpful in that regard. And then the last thing is in terms of some of the analytics, as we get more data and we try and figure out how we're going to use it to generate management advice, we're going to need more analytical power, more people turning the cranks, right? You hear, for instance, Graciela mentioned, bringing in more environmental information. But as soon as you start doing that, that says saying, okay, if I give you this new shiny thing, let's incorporate an index that reflects the impacts of changing water temperatures on the distribution of dolphin or something like that. But now we've got to maintain that every year. And that can't just be temporary funds, right? So we've got to find a way to do it. So on the one hand, as a former mathematical modeler, I like the new shiny things, and let's figure out how we can incorporate it in the models and give management advice. On the other hand, now as a manager, I'm like, how am I going to sustain that from year to year? So I think we're already kind of falling short on trying to meet the demand on analyzing all the products that are available as it stands now. So a little analytical help there would be useful as well. So that's just sort of my summary of where we are. I think we're making excellent progress in terms of learning to work together, changing all our cultures and how we get things accomplished. But we still got a long way to go, and we're going to have to find a way to garner more resources to do those things that we want to do. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Miguel.
Thank you, Clay. We discussed it a little bit about it with Clay before, but if we can identify, just the last part you mentioned, the analytical power that we need, a warm body that will do this analysis. And I'm with you that person should be concentrated on the information that we have, the esoteric part about the ecosystem, all that's another $20. But that's something that the council can contribute. If we can identify somebody that will be willing to work for us on a part-time basis, on a contract basis for, 2 or 3 years, that will do the trick. What I would need then will be, a one-page description of what that person should be doing, with whom that person should be working. And Graciela and I can sit down and coordinate that effort. So with the budget cycle that we have, it's every 5 years. But if we can justify the need for such a thing, I think that we can do it. And justification, personally, I don't think that we need to look too deep into it, because the more we cooperate with the center, the more we cooperate with the local governments instead of the needs they have, so we can fill those gaps, the better for the management of the area. So I wanted to just introduce it to the record, so probably we can talk to later, Adiana and Clay, whomever you assign. Let us know what can be done in the next 2 or 3 years that will be something that will help assist in the analysis of this data, and that way we will move forward with the data that we have, because we are data poor in many areas. We have a lot of that in other areas, but as Kevin said some time ago, it's just a matter of finding where they are and then what can we do with it. So I don't think that we need to explain that more. So the staff, the Graciela and Adian can look into this and then prepare something that Clay can bless, and we can work it from there. Then while you're doing that, if you know somebody that will be willing and able to work on this type of project, let me know. Adian, ¿quieres decir algo?
Adian?
Go ahead.
Adian Rios for the record. I feel like that's a topic that we'll delve into further as well in the strategic planning. And so I also wanted to let folks know that the invitations for that event, which is the third week of May, will be coming out very soon. So I did want to announce that. And I also wanted to mention that although I presented today, I'm not involved in all of the projects, and there's a lot of people involved in each project. So if you're interested in more in any of the projects, I can also serve as a liaison here today to tell you more and who to contact for specific projects. But be on the lookout, regional partners, for the event that's coming up in May.
Thank you. Clay?
Yeah, and to Miguel's point, I think we would be happy to work with you and look at the sort of skill sets that we think are needed for the analyses that need to be done, and which parts of that maybe we would have a hard time doing because our plates are so full, but where we think that if the council had staff on board where they could help the most. So yeah, I think we'd be happy to work with you. And I did want to say one other thing regarding the idea that Marcos had to develop capacity among both the commercial and recreational fishing community to do scientific research. And I think in the Caribbean, especially, cooperative research projects with scientists working with fishermen have enormous potential. Like I said, that doesn't make a lot of sense to have 200-foot NOAA white ships trying to, set cameras or set hooks in, these island platforms. It makes a lot of sense to have people who are experts at doing that work. The key is that there would be, just as we have a survey like that, for instance, in the South Atlantic, it's a long line survey for deep water snapper grouper. The fishermen deploy the gear, but they follow the sampling design and they fish the exact same way every single time they go fishing. They follow a sampling design that was developed by the scientists so that we can say this is a defensible index of abundance. And I think it's a great opportunity here in the Caribbean to do those same kind of things on many levels. I mentioned the trap fishery. Obviously, that would be fishermen deploying the traps. They just deploy them in a certain way according to a certain design, similar to that study that we had done in St. Croix years ago, just expanded. And there's many other surveys like that I think we can do. It's much more cost effective than for us to bring big white ships down here. And it also, I think, gets a lot more buy-in from the fishermen. And it's an opportunity. Fishermen are contributing to the data that gets used in the assessments and management. And we as scientists get the benefit of your skills on the water.
Thank you, Clay. And I'm available once you guys want to pursue that and create the system to create the task force of fishermen on science or something on these lines of I have on my mind already what we need to address to make this doable, and all the scientists, science center, and everybody will benefit from having that list of collaborators that will be trained, will be passing through ethical on science, and something very simple, but we will have a list of both capacity, skills, and everything that whenever we want to do science, cooperative science, going to have that master list of people willing to do with this capability, and everything going to be very quick instead of waiting 1 or 2 years to start the project. Anyway, that's the point. Thank you, Clay. I think we don't do anybody else from the council want to mention something. I don't see any hand. We are ready to pass to the next presentation. Yeah, but I didn't saw any hands. Still, I don't see any hands. And Russell Dunn, recreational fishery presentation.
All right, thank you. For those who I may not know, I'm Russ Dunn. I'm the National Policy Advisor for Recreational Fisheries. I have here with me some of my team, Tim Sartwell and Sean Morton, also with Fisheries. Sean's actually with NOS, but doing a detail with us. as we work to update the recreational fisheries policy. So I'm just going to cover this briefly. I know we only have about 15 minutes scheduled for it, but that is okay because there'll be additional opportunity for your input beyond this discussion. So first, a little background before we jump right in. So in March of 2014, the agency co-hosted the second National Saltwater Recreational Fisheries Summit with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And during that summit, what we heard was substantial interest in the agency developing a policy or policy document that could help spell out the agency's approach to recreational fisheries. We were able to take advantage of that recommendation, and we moved forward and published in 2015, in February of 2015, the first iteration of the recreational fisheries policy. So next slide, please. So fast forward to today. Why are we here talking about this again? Well, in March of this year, we held the fourth of the National Recreational Fisheries Summits, and the two gentlemen to each of my sides here were participated in that summit. And one of the things that we recognized very early on during that two-day discussion was that some of the key topics here, such as climate change, DEIJ, or diversity and inclusion, equity, balancing ocean uses, which at the summit really took on the meaning of wind, energy, and aquaculture, were not addressed in the existing policy in any way. We recognize that in order for the policy to remain relevant, that we had to update it. Next slide, please. So what you see here is simply a set of just general discussion questions or discussion questions for guiding the conversation here as we go through the next couple of slides, and as you think about how might the policy be amended to be improved. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the policy, it really serves as a guidance document for the agency. It's a tool that helps both shape our approach to recreational fisheries and really spell it out by articulating our basic stance, our goals, and our guiding principles. And so beyond serving as an internal touchstone, it also serves as a tool to help the public understand, hey, how does the agency approach? How do we think about recreational fisheries on a day-to-day basis? Next slide, please. So the basic policy statement itself really just sets forth the agency's commitment to accessible and diverse recreational fishing opportunities for the benefit of the nation. It's very straightforward. And I think for the most part, it probably is still fairly tenable statement. Next slide, please. So the scope of the policy. So obviously, and I apologize that those pictures slide up in about half the slides and half the time they don't. It's cut off the last sentence there. But the policy pertains really to recreational fishing activities that occur for sport or pleasure as per the Magnuson Act definition. But we also sought to broaden it out as much as possible to capture sort of the shoreside portions of the recreational fishing community, bait and tackle shops, tournaments, marinas, etc., which really are part of the larger recreational fishing community. Next slide, please. So the goals of the policy you can see here are again very straightforward. They're essentially to support and maintain the resources on which recreational fisheries depend. And that is a very intuitive statement, right? If you don't have habitats, you don't have fish, there are no fisheries. The second primary goal of the policy is to promote saltwater recreational fishing for the benefit of the nation. And that, again, is taken directly from the Magnuson Act as a concept. And so we thought that was an appropriate one to incorporate. And then the final goal is to enable long-term participation in fisheries, right? And how to do that? Well, through science-based conservation and management, as we are a science-based management entity. Next slide. So what we have here, and I'm not going to go through them one by one, but are the 6 guiding principles through which the agency seeks to essentially implement the policy itself. And you can see here, it covers the range from the ecosystem conservation and management to communicating and engaging with the recreational fishing public. And these are sort of, each of these within the existing policy have a number of strategies that fall under them, which are sort of classic examples of how to support these principles. But we thought it was important for us to articulate not only the policy goals, but also what are the general approaches and principles by which we plan to achieve those goals. Next slide. So comments received to date. Basically, we've done now about 24, 25 of these discussions around the country with the various councils and commissions, state directors, general public. We've done a number of virtual sessions. And so these are the primary bins of comments that we've received. Climate change has been a significant one, not surprisingly. And, we're trying to figure out how best to incorporate that, whether it's its own guiding principle or whether it's worked in throughout the document holistically. Education has been a regular subject of input, and that really comes in 2 different flavors. There's one in terms of there are calls for more education of anglers on sort of conservation actions, best practices, things like that, but also secondarily on the science and management process itself. How do those work? How can we get involved so from those perspectives? Equity, environmental justice, we've heard regularly, and it has really been raised through the lens of shore-based, non-tribal fishermen. Often it can be referred to as subsistence fisheries, but it's a very blurry set of lines as to what an activity is. Is someone doing it for fun? Are they doing it to supplement protein? And how do we best give those anglers a voice in the process? Access has been raised from a number of perspectives, from physical access, where, for example, in the Gulf of Mexico and here, we're seeing increased intensity of hurricanes, which is damaging shoreside infrastructure like marinas and boat ramps and whatnot. So people literally can't get out to fish, but also access in terms of changing migratory patterns of fish. They may be able to get out, but it's not there. Do we need to adjust seasons, etc.? Do we need to be more nimble in our understanding and our adjustment of how we respond to those potential changes? Agency accountability, full implementation, and transparency, I'm going to sort of wrap together here, and they're pretty self-explanatory. Essentially, people are saying the policy in general is still pretty solid, but we want you to do more to explain what you have done and what you will be doing to implement it. Transparency also goes to agency accountability. There have been a number of requests for metrics to be incorporated into the policy or into the subsequent implementation plans. And transparency covers all that, but it also includes another aspect, which we often hear about. It's things such as reaching back out to the recreational community to communicate what has been done with the data that they've provided. There's often a feeling where we've gone and had discussions with anglers that, hey, you've come to us, you've asked us for our data, we've given it to you, and we never hear anything more. Come back to us, tell us, was it used in a study? Was it used in science? Was it used in management? If so, what was the impact? Come back and give us a readout of what did you do with the information I gave you and how has it affected the fisheries? The EEZ recreational permit is an issue that has come up in different parts, different fisheries all around the country. And more or less, there is a strong interest in trying to get a better handle on the universe of anglers in federal waters, so that we can improve our estimates of effort that are out there. It can give us a better sample frame. There's a number of other benefits. So it is something that we're seeing gain traction in various councils around the country. We've seen it get referenced or recommended in various reports from the National Academies of Sciences to the MAFAC, the Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee. So it's something that, again, we've been referenced in many, many places. Data reporting and collection is always an issue wherever we go, whatever meeting we go to, whether it's the policy or a discussion or anything else. And there's really an interest in more, better, and more timely data collection, reporting, and application of those data. With depredation, that is an issue, again, we've seen really broadly across the country, but it changes flavor a little bit. It depends where you are. Sometimes it's shark depredation, other places it's marine mammal depredation, some places it's both. And then enforcement, there's been interest in expressed or concern expressed about illegal charters. So namely those folks who are going out illegally without the proper federal permits. And that appears to have been made easier by the internet, use of the internet. People can find each other much more easily. And then some level of interest in seeing enforcement used almost as an educational tool, where if a number of anglers are ticketed for undersized fish, wrong season, etc., the anglers who were commenting on that felt that the rest of the community will get the message very quickly and learn the regs. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick overview of sort of a little bit of where we've been, but where we're going as well. The comment period on this has been open since August 1st. It closes December 31st. As I mentioned, we have done numerous in-person and virtual sessions. You can see there in that giant list of acronyms, the various organizations we have spoken with, and this isn't all of them, but it's a number of them. We added yours organization there, or the council at the end there. We expect to be early in the year to sit down to summarize and review the comments and update the plan and have it out in this coming fiscal year. And there are two ways to really comment, or three. Obviously, any input you provide here, we will take back. The QR code all the way to the right will take you to a specific comment form, which asks those very questions that were up at the beginning. Or if the council is interested in providing sort of a letter that it crafts under of its own interest, or supply other materials, the best thing to do is to email us at that dedicated email, recreational.fisheries@noaa.gov. And of course, you can always contact me or Tim or Sean, and we can work with you to answer any questions and ensure your input is fully accounted for. And that's it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Russ. It just come up to my mind that part of the things that you are presenting, part of the things that the policy are looking for, enhancement of data collection, right? And I want to highlight that because we was discussing this earlier, and I think the council and the Science Center need to be mindful the coordination with expertise that your office and you guys have with data collection expertise in other places that may be helpful to acquire better data here in the Caribbean. Just a comment that I'm a fan of coordinations of people that really want to do the difference. Thank you. Anybody else wants to say something? May a question? James?
James Craiglow, St. Thomas, St. John. Yeah, I just have a question. Now, we're talking about data collection. Is there some way that fishers, recreational fishers can go to some kind of site or set something up or have an app where they could say, hey, I'm going fishing today. I'm available for a port sample. And just, we could do it with, like in the Virgin Islands, we have the St. Thomas Game Fish Club. We have the St. Croix Game Fish Club. And then we just have a lot of recreational fishermen. But if they had one place and they're voluntarily willing to come in, and I know we had a comment about, concerned about taking up people's time when they do a port sample, but most people I know, they're happy to get a port sample done, and it's not something where they're rushing off. They got to go sell their catch or do some other thing, because essentially they're cleaning up their boat and doing some things like that while they're having the port sample done. But if there's some way that the public could have an app or go to some site and say, hey, I'm going fishing this weekend, I'd be happy to participate in the program. And that's my comment.
Thanks. I don't have a specific response. I would look to Clay to see if that sort of concept is sort of tenable on its face or viable on its face. But it's certainly, assuming that it is in some way, certainly something we can look at and think about. And so folks, just understand the next step in the process, more or less. Once we are able to finalize the next policy, we will then turn to our regional offices and centers combined. So for here, it would be Southeast Regional Office and Clay Shop, the Southeast Center, developing a regionalized implementation plan that builds off the common national framework of the policies. But then they'll be able to regionalize it to address the concerns and needs of any given region.
Thank you, James. Graciela?
So I don't know if you mentioned this, but in our area, one of the main concerns that we deal with is the enforcement of the no sale of many of the recreational species, and also, the lack of requirement for recreational fishing license and permits, etc. So is that also a common theme? I'm just looking at, so can I fill that out in the forms?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please. I mean, any input would be great. Sale certainly comes up, but at with different intensities in different places. It hasn't come up every time. More of the charters have been. So yes, it has come up. And then, sorry, what was the second part of your question?
And the requirement for licenses and permits for the recreational sector. So not necessarily the charters, but the actual private vessels.
Right. So in most of the country, there are currently recreational permits issued at the state level. I think New York, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. I know Puerto Rico's has been in the works for a period of time. There are licenses in place for the private sector. And when I reference that EEZ permit or offshore permit, the comment that has been provided has been really focused on the private recreational component, not because in most places we've got for hire license requirements already on the books and underway. So this is a way to better capture that activity of the private boat angler that's occurring in federal waters. Is that?
So the reason why I'm asking about the licenses and the permits is because the council has been interested in federal permits. The issue is, having people have a state license and a federal permit or license. So it becomes cumbersome for the person who's acquiring the permits, but at the same time, there is so many differences, especially in Puerto Rico and the federal government, like the requirement of residency for the license and that kind of thing. That's mostly in the commercials, but I don't know if it follows through into the recreational sector also. So these are the issues that it's coming up in our probably next meeting or 2 meetings from now, and it's a concern. So that's where I'm heading with that questioning.
Okay, yeah, so I don't misinterpret what I'm saying. No decision has been made about trying to pursue this. There've been certainly lots of discussions about if there was sufficient interest to pursue an EEZ permit, what would be the best way to do that? Because we're aware of concerns about being too burdensome with state and federal. So some people have suggested that if it were to be pursued, perhaps it would be best done but at the state level with an endorsement, for the federal, so they could still just go to one place and get one permit, but then check one more box. Some people have suggested that perhaps the council should sort of do a joint permitting action. So we don't know, first of all, we don't know if we'll pursue it. And second of all, we certainly don't know how best to do that. But certainly if there is some effort to do it, it would be a long-term, wholly inclusive effort to make sure that we do it in the most efficient way possible.
Yes, I cannot read from here. Let me see. At present, the USVI recreational fishermen can report their catch voluntarily anytime if they go to fishing via when they go fishing via the following website. This was sent by Sinai, and I think is a great initiative. And this is something that maybe go ahead. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, the Gulf and South Atlantic Councils have similar websites that you can report your catches to, and it is useful for looking at some trends. The challenge we've always had is twofold. One, enthusiasm tends to wane for those sorts of apps. Initially, there's people that'll sign up and they want to do it, and then over time, it gets a little old for them. The other thing is trying to figure out how to use it in a way that we're fairly certain that it's representative of what's going on across the entire fishery, because sometimes it's a select few that really report diligently and report accurately because they're environmentalists at heart. They want to make sure they're reporting good data, doing good management, all those sorts of things. And then others that are less diligent to report. But we need to know what those who are less diligent to report are catching as well. So that's where the challenge has always been. How do we use that data to augment systems that are in place that are intended to get representative ideas of what people are catching?
Yes, because we are on the line of recreational fishing, data collection, and so on. This didn't got any farm in Puerto Rico, but I would like to ask Jean-Pierre before you step out. There is any possibility to have in order to have the universe of recreational fishermen and other styles of fishing during registration of the boat, to have a small questionnaire added to that do you fish, yes or no? How many days in the year, 0 to 10, and so on? And do you fish pelagic, reef fish, or do you dive fishing? Some generic characterizations that effort can be done every 3 years. The universe will not change. From your perspective, from the government, this is something doable, because for sure that will help us a lot. That's a question.
Jean-Pierre, absolutely. Particularly when you are requiring that people renew, let's say, registrations or something like that. So we're able to tweak any sort of application or renewal process to include whatever information that we want to collect. And so I don't think anything is impossible. I think that if it's generic and we're seeking some type of information, particularly since we collect information on an annual basis, then it's something that definitely could be.
I will ask, unfortunately, we don't have the representative from Puerto Rico here. This is the third time they present this idea that for me is a no-brainer. And if I can count with your leadership on trying to explore this possibility, be very helpful. And for the fishermen, once a hurricane comes, we're going to finally have a way to assess the damage and the size of the industry, socioeconomic impact and so on. And that's data, the baseline for the scientific data. There is many implications on this little move, right? And anyway, those are my comments.
So what I would just add, maybe what we can do is, now that we do have our recreational fishing regs in place, like maybe at the next meeting, our staff, because I'm definitely not the best person to do a presentation, but definitely show exactly what it is that DPNR will be doing, what platform we're using, what sort of information we'll be collecting. And then maybe that's useful and showing how we are also aiming towards compatibility as well.
I'll do my part on, we already work on some startup questions to do this on the past. I'll try to find those, and maybe we can circulate among people to make it short and sharp, just like the first step to see if can make this fly. Thank you. No other question to Russ. Thank you very much, Russ.
I would just say thank you and urge the council to provide its comments through the website when possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And you have a meeting today, right?
Yes. Yeah. We have at 6 to 8 o'clock tonight at Club Nautico. We're getting together with the Atlantic HMS Division and our Southeast Regional Office. We're going to be holding informal discussions with constituents there. Everyone is invited. I think as you come into the parking lot, there's a guard gate, and they said to just tell people you're with the NOAA discussion. So we hope to see a good number of folks there tonight and have just a casual discussion on a number of topics. This will touch very briefly on the policy. HMS is going to discuss a few issues, as well as the Southeast Regional Office. And then we look to hear from what is of interest and concern to the fishers there at the meeting.
Mostly recreational fishery.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Next presentation, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel report, Alida.
Gracias. There. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sorry, Alida, I have to answer before a question from Ricardo Lugo. It's in el Club Náutico de San Juan. Thank you, Alida. I'm sorry.
Cristina, I'll send you the invitation for Ricardo, and you can share with Ricardo Lugo, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. I will make a very short presentation because we have discussed many of the things. Okay. Más cerca. Más. Ahora. ¿Me oyen mejor? Okay. Great. So the first thing that I want to share, and I have done this before, and I'm going to continue doing it. Next slide. Is that in all the outreach and education activities that we are developing, that we are doing in this area, we are following the 5-year strategic plan of the council that was discussed with you in, I think, about 2 meetings ago. And that the goal that we have is engage, educate, and inform a variety of audiences to improve public understanding and participation in the council process. And this is important to us because it goes beyond the fishers. It goes beyond the activity in the fishing industry. It has to do with education. It has to do with consumption. It has to do with consumer education. So our activities for outreach and education are based in the understanding of that ecosystem based management that takes into account the species that are taken out of the ecosystem and also the impact that many other activities outside of the marine environment can take on that ecosystem. Also, we are working intensely with the island-based fishery management plans, the Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, because even though, ¿qué pasó? Está prendido. Que hable más bajito. Ahí. Even though we are very close to each other in the region, Puerto Rico has a different culture, a different sociology, different economics. St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, they are very, very different. And what we had been for 20 years or so working only on a single plan, management plan for the 3 islands. And I think I came here probably 12 years ago. I don't even remember. But since the first time I heard the fishers from St. Thomas, from St. Croix, from Puerto Rico saying, we are different. We may have the same species, but the way we fish, the way we do our work is different. So we need different fishing plans. So now we have that and we'll be working on that. And this is right now our most important activity, how to bring the information of each one of the fishing island-based fishery management plans to each one of the islands, and not just to the fisher, but to all the audiences. And also the sustainable fish and seafood consumption that we will talk about a little bit about it with the recipe book that you have, because we pay a lot of emphasis and a lot of energy in the fish that everybody eats. And we request the fisher to bring that fish all the time, whether it's there, whether it's available, but they have to get it. But there are many, many species that are just as good, that are just as helpful. And what we need is to have the consumers learn about these other species. And in the consumers, we mean the housewife, we also mean the people with the restaurants, everyone. And then the other area that we are paying much attention is the marine protected areas, because marine protected areas are sometimes just a name on an area. But what is the importance of that area for the fisheries? Next one. Actually, some of these materials you have already seen. We have the fact sheets that we have developed on forest fish and also on biodiversity of that marine ecosystem, because it is not only the fish or the squids or the octopus that we have in our table. The stars and the sea cucumbers and all the animals that are there are just as important, but they are part of that ecosystem. And we are working right now on sea urchins and sea cucumbers, just to put them to knowledge of everyone. Also, we have worked already on the first fact sheet on the island base. And this is just a very, very general, where the main issues of what was changed from the only one island-based management now has one from Puerto Rico, from St. Thomas, St. John, and one from St. Croix. Next. These products you have seen, and now I would like to talk a little bit more about the recipe book that you have there. The recipe book came as an idea from one activity, one of the council meetings where in Ponce, where we had a dinner with one of the chefs that is in the book. And we used not the fish that are served in all the very high level restaurants or, very expensive. We used the everyday fish. And then from there we said, okay, why don't we make, recipes about this? And it was Diana's idea. And then from there, we started collecting the recipes. We contacted some chefs in St. Thomas, St. John, in St. Croix. Carlos gave us many of the recipes, and Cory McGrath, who was from there, Nicole Gree, gave some of the recipes also. But notice that the first part of the book is not about the seasoning that I put on the fish. It is about the importance of that ecosystem and the connection of that ecosystem between the species that we are taking out and also the way we use that. So I hope that with this book now, and Diana will be a great help in that, and the liaisons will also be a great help. We will have workshops in each one of the islands to let the people know, this is the new way of looking at seafood and the fishing industry. So we will distribute them to each one of the islands, and the liaisons will help us, and also the DAPs should help us also to identify other restaurants that we don't probably have here. Next, please. Also, we worked a lot with these posters, and now with those posters, and one of them is the one back with the conch that Vanessa brought. With these posters, we are going to make fact sheets with the illustrations adapted to a size of a fact sheet, and also the text. So the text don't have to be that large, but the text have to have the basic information that the fisher and the consumer need, and especially the life cycle, because sometimes we know the species only on the size that we get it on the table. But no, we have to know where do they grow, where do they reproduce, when do they reproduce, what do they do during their lifetime, so that we can make a better assessment of how that population serves economically, but also how important that the species is in terms of ecology. So those are the posters that we're working. Those are done already. Now the other activities and the other connection with outreach and education, I would like to make emphasis on the importance that MREP is having in Puerto Rico in terms of education, in terms of getting the fishers together. The workshops are very successful. We even hear a different language in the people that take the workshops. So to me, as an educator, it's very important. And tomorrow we are going to have an MREP steering committee to work on, if there are any changes that have been done to be done with the workshops. And we would like to request the support from the council and from the DAPs and from everyone that is here. How can we have MREP in the Virgin Islands? Also, PEPCO is another activity that is very important. That's a workshop for fishers in Puerto Rico, and that's conducted by Wilson. Wilson is the liaison of Puerto Rico and the council, and he is very effective. And I have been at the workshops when there is an issue that we would like the fishers to know. I can use better the population that he has in the room that to going to each one of the fishing villages. So PEPCO, how can we have PEPCO in the Virgin Islands also? Because you have a very different sociology, you have a different way of looking at things. So we will try to do that too. And we will request the support from the council for that. And also for all the materials that we work, we would like to recommend to the council how to make a collection of photographs that are identified by the researcher in the area, the sizes, and all that, so that we don't have to take that many photographs from Google or from anywhere, because we do have the resources here. The only thing is that we need a bank, we need where to deposit them. So if the council makes in the website a collection of photos with all the information that they identify the species, where they were taken, the depth, and who took the photos. So we can use the information there and we don't have to go to fish base and to all other sources. Next one, please. Our activities for 2023, 2024, and some of them are already in progress. Especially we are working very intensely with that fact sheet or some easier to read, easier to understand document on island-based fishery management plan. One based on Puerto Rico, one based in St. Thomas and John, and the other one in St. Croix. And we are using the chapter 5 of each one of those documents to take that information and put it in that vocabulary or in that language. And Maria Del Mar has been a very great help with this. And then as soon as we get the first draft, we will send them to the DAPs so that they can read it and say, you know, this is not that understandable and I can change it again to Maria. And then we will have them distributed to each one of the islands. They have asked the fishers many times, large cycles of Nassau grouper, mutton snapper, and queen conch. They were based, those posters, we have to turn them into fact sheets. Why? Because the poster is not only for a place where it has to be covered and protected from sun or protected from water. We want something that they can have in a restaurant, that they can have it anywhere. And that's what we're working for. And also some in the meeting that we have, the outreach and the education last month, there was a very good recommendation, especially they came from Adian and they came from, I don't know who was the other one. No, I think Adian was the one that gave us more recommendations. That fishery ecosystem plan has conceptual models that we have to try to explain them in a more understandable way than the way that they have in the conceptual models now. Because, you know, as I say all the time, they look to me like a spaghetti salad. And then we still have to get, you know, which of them are the very, very important issues and how they connect in a more direct way. That doesn't mean that the conceptual model for fisheries is easy. No, it is not. But we have to make it the easiest way that they can be understood. There was a recommendation also that we make materials for students in the secondary and high school, especially recognition of fish species. The same way that we did with the cookbook, with the recipe book, that each one of the fish that are used in a plate, you have the definition, you have the description, you have the sizes where they are. And that's something that we should do probably with the students. And then the integration of and this is something that I have dreaming of all my life, and sometime I'm going to get it, is that we integrate these concepts of fisheries in all education, in the curriculum. Why? Because the new generation of fishers, we can get that from 7th grade. And we have seen many kids, many children that work with their family and they enjoy it. So if they get all the technical information in a vocabulary that they can understand it, we can have it. And we are trying to work, or we're working with a school in Parguera, one of the Montessori schools, where they are willing to do it. And this is not just ecology or marine sciences, this is the entire curriculum. The first thing they have to learn is to swim. because that's part of the education. And then even cooking, everything, but within the curriculum. Next. And the other projects that we are still working are on some of the illustrated booklets, especially we are working right now on one on climate change and fisheries. What are the concepts? What are those issues that we keep listening about climate change? How to understand the possible effect of ocean acidification, high temperatures in the water, how does that affect the life cycle or the behavior of this species? So next. And the calendar. And with the calendar, I don't feel happy. We have not been, we have not produced completely the calendar for 2023. This calendar was to be dedicated or is to be dedicated to families in fisheries, because we have many families in Puerto Rico, in St. Thomas, St. John, and in St. Croix, that they all fish, and we have generations fishing. The grandfather is fishing, the son is fishing, the mother is fishing, and we have also kids fishing. So we want to do that, and if we can complete the materials that are needed, because the problem with this is that they had the person that was in charge, or the liaisons that were requested to give the information, they had to take the pictures or have the pictures, and they also have to have the description, a short description of the family. And for some reason, something we have not completed. Yes.
Alida, that calendar will be now 2024. There will be no calendar for 2023.
Or I'm going to finish it. Okay. So, and for the other calendars, we'll be working on, probably these calendars will be on different topics, probably related to island-based management. But the information for 2023, we're still going to complete that. And with that, I finish my presentation. We'll answer any questions and wish you all a very, very happy new year.
Thank you very much, Alida. Thank you very much. And we are paying attention on all the development. In my case, I'm very aware what is going on. The other council members have something to say. Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Vanessa Ramirez, for the record. As always, I want to thank Alida and the staff for all their great work. I think I am one of the most that use all those materials, asking practically monthly. And I need to share two special things. One, the importance of continuing supporting this kind of jobs to go to the school. Education is very important. And for the first time, we are looking for and seeing a new emerging generation of young fishermen. So that's very important that all these materials are not only produced, are also distributed around the schools and around the marinas and around the communities. And I also want to recognize the presence today of Mr. Posse. He's from the municipality of Cabo Rojo in federal funds. He's the one that is in charge to help our fishermen, and he's really involved, and he wants to be also collaborating in Cabo Rojo with the service and provide anything that could be under his hands to take all these materials and provide the space for workshops and everything we need to share this, not only in the municipality, also in the West Zone. So with this, I just need to say thank you. Thank you always for all the developing all these materials. And remember, please continue sending this to all the island around so that the commercial fishermen and the next generation could have those in their hands. Thanks.
Vanessa, can you repeat the name of the person that you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Gabriel Posse.
You want to say some words to the council?
If he can, yes, please. Microphone. Posse, you can come here. I want to explain, this is the only municipality in Puerto Rico that recognized the commercial fishermen. In 2014, they make a municipal legislation and recognize the commercial fishermen as small business owners. So that's the way that they can help with federal funds to get equipments. They give up to $10,000 every 2 years to get equipments and get also security. And there's something important going on that the graduation is going to be this weekend. We have for the first time a group of commercial divers, younger divers and experienced divers that are taking their license for scuba diving between a grant that get sea grant with the municipality of Cabo Rojo. So we are going to have 14 commercial divers already with their license that could collaborate with the federal projects for the next year.
Miguel?
Vanessa, will that be something that the mayor of Cabo Rojo can take to the Association of Mayors in Puerto Rico? Because this is very important. For many years, we tried to do that. And I believe that Cabo Rojo is an example to follow by others. And that will help a lot, the fishermen around Puerto Rico, Vieques, and Culebra.
Yes, of course, they already have that meeting and bring the sample of Cabo Rojo to other municipalities in the association. And for now, they are already start with Culebra. They go past the months on November, commercial fishermen from Cabo Rojo with Mr. Posse go to Culebra to start practically sharing the techniques and also start sharing how we administrate our fish markets in Cabo Rojo. We started that in 2015 with the visit of a couple of fishermen that were interested in get together and make an association there. As you know, I'm part of the commercial fishermen in Puerto Real. That practically is the one that is being using the agricultural department to teach the other that if you want, you can make as a community and you should not only wait for the government because we know the status in Puerto Rico. But right now they start last month of November with that. And they bring, I think was 5 commercial fishermen with him. They spend there a week and they have also the issues about the areas and they still have mines and all that. But we already make the first step. I think that's very important. And especially to give also to those islands the equality to get the access to all this information. And especially for now that we have the new plans, it's very important that this could be not only in the social media, because I know that Christina make a great job with that. Most of the commercial fishermen love the Facebook, but they are also, we have now a generation that they also have YouTube channels and they provide their videos every day when they are fishing. They provide photos, as Alida says. So that's a good tool that you can also use if you want to see live videos every day.
Vanessa, can you please introduce Mr. Posse, please? Go ahead.
Okay, please, Mr. Gabriel Posse from Federal Funds in the Municipality of Cabo Rojo.
Okay, buenas tardes para todos. Yo creo que está. Ok, Gabriel Posse, en el municipio de Cabo Rojo. Desde el 2015 estamos ayudando a los pescadores. Aproximadamente le hemos dado cerca de 1.5 millones con todas las ayudas para ellos, desde lanchas, equipo, GPS, asesoría. Últimamente estuve en Culebra también para ayudarlos en noviembre. Y seguiremos ayudando a todos los pueblos también de Puerto Rico, que estamos ayudándolos también para que tengan ese proyecto a través de vivienda. Yo los ayudo el municipio los ayuda con fondos CBG y con fondos ARPA.
Okay.
Próximamente vamos a dar otra entrega de unos cuantos chavitos a los pescadores de Cabo Rojo. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And one thing that I'm really interested on is the link between the giving facility or engines and boats and things that are super important for the fishing community. But if you're facilitating organizations and fish houses and so on, also maybe there is an opportunity to collect fishery data for best fishery and sustainability into the future. And I put myself in the position to help you out and to make the connections with the right people. Vanessa, for sure, is a very good connection. But please think about it the way that once you train those fishermen and you give those engines and facilities, also to capacitate and to educate and to engage them into to provide fishery data in a correct manner and the importance of it. And we can talk after the meeting, and I have a few ideas and venues for you to engage your fishermen. For example, MREP, that give you a good background, what this is, what is this about. Thank you. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I have to say also that we should continue supporting MREP. That's a great tool. And we have been practically for the last 2 times, 2019, and now in the past August, attending that. And we see the difference between the commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen, that they get in there, get involved, discuss situation, and they make practically they have the experience to be there as a practice, to be here. And I know that we are going to continue having more participants. As we see the last time, we have more than 100 applications. So that's great, because in the beginning, they just received like 15 or 20 applications. Now they are practically waiting for the next one.
I see the value on the expansion. If you do a holistic approach and expand to the other municipalities, it would be great, especially if there is data collection involved. Julian, very quick before we go with Christina, which will be the next one.
Yeah, good afternoon, Joey McGrath for the record. I just want to say also from the St. Thomas, St. John District to the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association, we're willing to work with MREP to pull off our MREP meeting training over in our district. We did one a few years back, and I think now we have some new fishers into the fishery. It's a great opportunity to get them to understand the processes that we go through at all these different meetings. So I look forward to working with a team from MREP. Thank you.
Thank you. James, and then Christina.
James Crail, I just had a quick question. This is something I've been wanting to do on my Facebook page, is to put on some recipes. Do I have to get special permission to put these on my Facebook page?
No, that's a government book. It will be loaded up in our webpage, and you're free to use it. Actually, the more distribution by anybody we have, the better. And the book can be downloaded by anybody free of charge, of course. But feel free to use it the best way you can, in any way
Great.
possible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, James.
Also, if you try the recipes and invite us,
I don't know if I will go. Yeah, it's okay. You convinced me. Christina.
Good afternoon. My name is Cristina Olan, and I manage the social media of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. Thank you for letting me presenting a quick update on what we have been doing in the social media. And the answer for James to his question is yes, you can also, if you want to take pictures of the recipe or anything that you are doing related to that, you are free to do it. And the book will be in ISU. We have also a page in that platform. Just to let you know that in Facebook, we have 6,100 followers plus. Instagram, almost 1,500. It is increasing a lot. In Twitter, we have 113 followers. And also in YouTube, we have a new follower since the meeting has been during the meeting. The meeting is been broadcast through YouTube, so we have 352. Those graphs are just only to show you that our reach has been increasing during the year in Facebook and in Instagram. And also the population that we have in 2 main platforms, in Facebook and Instagram. We have a lot of people between the ages of 25 to 54 years old, mostly men, but also women there too. The content that we usually publish is related to seasonal closures, meetings, workshops, educational materials, pictures, videos, content produced by other organizations and agencies, for example, NOAA, DPNR, DNR, National Water Service, St. Thomas Fishermen Association, BIF Score, also influencers like Eliso, for example, Amanda Oceano, Also, el programa de estadísticas pesqueras recreativas has been collaborating a lot recently with the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, sharing content too. We also publish a CFMC monthly bulletin. We receive a lot of direct messages on the inbox with questions related to fish ID, documents, regulations, workshops, fishing license, and where to buy fish. That's an example of one of the bulletins. That one was published in August. And in that issue, we highlighted how fishers can use Caricus and the boating app. Since the proposed rule to list the Queen Kong as a threatened species under the ESA has been a very hot topic, we did a lot of publications related to the topic on how people can comment, deadlines, the dates and the links for the public hearing, and updates on that were provided by NOAA Fisheries, also where they can get the information, the official information too. All our content is published in English and Spanish. I am just showing you some examples of what you can see on the page. Questions and answers, and also where to find the report. As I mentioned, we have also the page in ISU where you can get documents and also download them. We provide also information for WhatsApp that is managed by Wilson Santiago in Puerto Rico. Also, Nicole Gree now has a WhatsApp broadcast list, and I will be collaborating with her, sending information to for her list. Those are some ideas that have been given by followers through our social media. They need more products related to fish ID, measures, and quantity. Use of descending devices. That's a topic that I have been talking a lot with Marcos because we want to develop more videos and reels and publications related to that topic. And interviews with to fishers. They want to see that. That's that image is one of our followers asking for a product related to measures and quantity of fish. As always, thanks to all our collaborators. They are a lot of people. I am very thankful for all the CFMC staff that is always collaborating, all scientists, agencies, and the people that follow us and share our content. If you have any questions, please feel free to do them now. And as always, I'm open to any ideas and happy to answer and receive your ideas and, and suggestions. Thanks.
Great job, Christina. And I want the whole council and the people in this room to know that Christina is our voice, the agile and the quick voice, responsible voice to take the message out there. You are essential to the future of this council. Your professionalism, every time we call you, doesn't matter what, if there is something that we need you to clarify or to do something, you're always there. Please know that we know how hard it is, and we know with the passion that you do it, and you really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Agradecida. Thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to echo what Marco said. We really appreciate all your help, Christina, and getting the word out to folks. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Any other question? We need a break, 5-minute break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
De la gráfica, un minuto. ¿Cuál de ellas? La que tiene la gráfica de cuánta gente chequea la página o algo así. Sí.
Hay más. Gracias. Esto es un reach y esto es
tú puedes hacer, por ejemplo.
Desde el año que empezó, espérate.
Please take your seats. The next presentation, we are going to listen from the liaison officers. And we're going to start with Mabel Maldonado. Please, the liaison officers, move forward and Alida.
Just a moment. Mabel Maldonado, for today and excuse herself because she's outside, she's fishing and will present.
Okay, Mabel Maldonado will not present. We have Nicole Grill.
Tan fin, Cristina. Good afternoon. I am Nicole Griot, the Caribbean Fishery Council Management Liaison for the Outreach and Education to St. Thomas and St. John. I'm very happy to be here.
Could you see it instead of being there and where?
Allá.
Allá.
Mira.
Sí. People in Zoom will see you better.
Is that better? Okay. Next page, please. So this year has been a pretty full one. And I am really happy to announce that we are finishing the year strong with outreach and with public events in St. Thomas and St. John. Christina mentioned earlier the WhatsApp broadcast that I've started, and I'm very proud of that. That has gotten a lot of positive feedback. I do like the fact that it is an easy way to get information out to many fishermen at one time. Currently, I only have 28 fishermen that are signed up, but I'm hoping that that number is going to grow. And what's really wonderful about the WhatsApp broadcast, as Wilson had recommended, is that when fishers respond, they don't respond in a group. They get to ask their questions and they're secure with knowing that there's no criticism. If they don't understand something or if they need more information, they can send their message back, reply to the broadcast, and it comes back directly just to me. I've done 2 public event tables with wonderful information and some really neat products that I got from the Sea Grant. I got some boxes sent over to me through Janet, and they were very well received. I'm now going to look for other publications or the same ones that I received in English, because a lot of the material that I received was in Spanish. Y entonces en St. Thomas, el primer idioma está en inglés, no está en español. So I had very few people interested in taking the products, but the people that did take them were very happy that there were things like recipes for lionfish and information on a wonderful story about this character called Pepeuca. And that was the favorite thing. I've helped out with online information with helping fishers do things like create their SAMS numbers, being able to help them move around and navigate the DPNR and the DFW website, which is something that they can use and they don't have to keep calling us or calling the office. They can do things like register their boat online now instead of having to worry about going back and forth to the office. Next page, please. So some of the things that we were discussing, and this came through the FAC as well. There was a presentation on the marine debris location app. That is something that's going to be very greatly utilized by a lot of our fishermen when it comes to something of a nuisance to certain fishermen out on the east end of the island with derelict abandoned vessels that need to be removed. The My Coast app is going to help the fishermen locate or put a location to these particular vessels, and therefore that goes to an organization that needs to collect this information so that those vessels can be removed. It's really important that we move these vessels out of the way, especially since they have grown in number since hurricanes in 2017. And a lot of these vessels are in marine protected areas. And worse than that, they are tied to the mangroves. And with the fishermen's help that actually utilize these areas where these derelict vessels are located, the My Coast app is going to help identify the position of these boats readily for removal. There is a new coral restoration and outplanting organization called Quarry. I did a video interview with the lead biologist for that particular organization, and that's going to go up soon. Once I put the video together, that's going to go to Christina, so she can send that out. And it is an organization that is in collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands and a Florida university to help with the stony tissue coral disease. And they do outplanting, and they also do testing on the stony tissue coral disease that we have that's affecting not only the Virgin Islands, but also the rest of the Caribbean as well. We have finally installed a few of our outreach and education information boxes. There is one located at the Frenchtown Fish House, and there is another one located down in Hull Bay. The other two fish boxes, unfortunately, were not able to go up. One, because one of their locations was our only fully equipped fishing store, Neptune's Fishing. They had a fire, so they were not able to have the boxes put up and set out. And then also in the Crown Bay area, which is where larger boats also go out, we were not able to put those vessels, those boxes up as well. With the island-based fishery management plan information that we're getting, not only are they going to be able to see the information in these information boxes, but some of the flyers and notifications are also going to go out on the WhatsApp broadcast as well. Next, please. I'm very much looking forward to 2024. The fisher involvement studies that I was just speaking about with the IVFMPs, the workshops that are coming up, better communication with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We now have new enforcement officers. So I look forward to introducing myself to them and working with them to help better communicate with the fishermen. Also, we have two outreach and education things planned for two schools on St. Thomas for 2024. So I will be requesting information from the Caribbean Fishery Management Council so that I can take with me when I do these presentations at the schools. One of them is about marine protected areas and critical habitats, critical marine habitats. And the other one is about fish identification. So that concludes my report. Next page, please. Thank you. That's my favorite fish, by the way. Go Hemulons. Yay. Any questions? Thank you all for having me. It's really great to be here.
Any questions for Ms. Grill? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. Is Wilson's turn?
Hello, everyone. I'm Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison. I'm gonna do some 2 or 3 slides on the report, very little. I just presented in the OAIP meeting almost all my report. So for the 2022 liaison participation, I give the educational program PEPCO. PEPCO is educational program for commercial fishers. I continue supporting the CFMC, Cristina Olan, with the social media. We call it Repaso de PEPCO. It's topics from the educational program that we divided and weekly we send to all the fishers in the island via the WhatsApp broadcast. I participated in the MREP workshop in Puerto Rico as a moderator, beside with Vanessa Ramirez. And I participated in Florida, in the MREP in Florida. And as Alida told, we have to continue supporting the MREP program. It has made a huge impact in the fisheries in Puerto Rico, in the recreational and commercial. And when I went to the Florida MREP, I learned a lot of new things for filling the PEPCO program, the educational program for commercial fishers. So it was wonderful. So like I said, weekly we send out the WhatsApp broadcast information about the meetings, closures, all information that the fishers, commercial and recreational fishers need to know about the management of fisheries in Puerto Rico. So we continue supporting the fishers with features and information. I travel around the island to all the fishing villages, giving educational materials, talking with the fishers, like my presentation yesterday with Janet Ramos about the afterward of the hurricanes in Puerto Rico around the fishing village. So I visit around all the island. We're continuing to do that, giving them all educational materials and information, and collecting all the issues and concerns and listening to the fishers, because one important thing that I have learned in all my 10 years, 11 years experience in this job is you have to listen to the commercial and recreational fishers. If you don't listen to them, you don't know what is going on with them. Don't only we bring them information because it's very good to listen to them, to sit with them, have a conversation. In a conversation, I have learned that you can learn more than asking them questions. You know, so this is some things that I have learned in my experience. So, like you know, yesterday we presented the assessment in impact of Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico fishing village and communities. So, our outreach and education in next steps for the 2023. We are continuing the PEPCO program for the commercial fishers, and also we are restarting the recreational program for recreational fishers. Starting in January, both of the program, we are going to give them in person. We are continuing to supporting the CFMC, DNER, and other agency, Sea Grant, with the communication and distribution of educational materials for the fishers and the communities around the Puerto Rico. Continue giving support to the social medias at DNER, CFMC, Sea Grant. Continue educating in process of license statistics, state laws to maintain their responsibility with the management agencies. Other for those who you know, the other work that I done, that I do is the support sampler for the DNR in Puerto Rico. So the statistic is one of the commercial statistic program is one of my it's like the major for me. You know, I always I'm teaching and continue to orientate them. So coordinate effective communication with the fisher regarding the island-based fishery management plan. We have in the OFP meetings with Alida, we have talked to 2023 start making the workshops around the island for the island-based fishery management plan. So 2023 that is some of the next steps. So issues and concerns from the fisher that I have heard is like always is like almost the same. The Queen Snapper and Cardinal Snapper permit, the state permit, the HMS permit for Caribbean small boat. This is it has been attended with the PEPCO and with the Fuerte Verguilla magazine from the Puerto Rico Sea Grant program. The Puerto Rico commercial fishing license and permit. There is some issue that have been there since Hurricane Maria have been more. information in proposed rule to list the Queen Kong as threatened species. There have been a lot of issues about this. You know, you listened yesterday to the fishers from Nahuabo and the Maldonado from Cabo Rojo. Right now, there is a lot of issues and concern about this topic, but part of my work is give them information, orient them, and via the WhatsApp broadcast, via the social medias, we give the outreach to those features. And the other concern, the Caribbean Lobster Federal closing proposal. So these are all the issues and concerns that the fisher I have heard of the fishers in my visits. So I have them. Any question? And that is my contact information if anyone wants to contact me. Thank you. Any question for Wilson? Vanessa and Alida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to recognize the great job that Wilson do practically daily, not only with his work as with the department and the statistic department, also because he's practically one of the person that is hand by hand with the fishermen, and he's always accessible. And this WhatsApp, it's a great tool. I think it's the best thing that we have after Facebook, not only for the commercial fishermen and the recreational. So it's the way that he managed it and how accessible he is to answer and all this. I think we know that sometimes the conversation between fishermen and government or council, it's very hard to encourage them to participate. But I think that the way that they are seeing this now and the simple language that is used when they make the approach, that's one of the best things that they are doing. So thank you, and we continue working.
Thank you for the work. Alida?
I just want to I just want to recognize the work and the effort that the liaisons make for outreach and education. They are our first source of information, and just to get what's happening in the fishing community, or also to get the information to them. So without their work, we wouldn't be doing, all the things that we have to do. So thank you so much, Wilson. Thank you so much, Nicole. And we're here also to help you in everything.
Thank you all. Any more questions? Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Wilson is the tower for our tears. All the fishermen in Puerto Rico recognize the huge labor that this man is doing in benefit of the fisheries in Puerto Rico. When we are frustrating because we cannot find nobody in the government, in the Department of Natural Resources, the only person that answered the phone is that man. Every time we need something regarding our license, any doubt, is the only guy who clear our doubt is that guy. Wilson, I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate your dedication. And thank you very much for all the things you are doing for the benefit of the fishermen in Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Wilson. And next presentation is National Marine Fisheries Service, no Office of Law Enforcement.
Okay, this presentation comes from a meeting that the Coast Guard put together with the Indonesian delegation. And I thought it was an excellent presentation because sometimes you see these gentlemen sitting in the back there, but we talk about enforcement, but they do more than just what they present at every meeting here. So I asked Miguel, and Miguel checked with the boss. And the presentation that you are going to hear today is all the activities that Enforcement Office of, the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement that's for the US Caribbean. And Miguel graciously accepted. So if you have any questions, be short, but try to get any question that you may have answered by Miguel. Go ahead, Miguel. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Miguel Rolón. My name is Miguel Borges. I'm the special agent here in Puerto Rico for NOAA Office of Law Enforcement. And this presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about our efforts internationally that we do, other than the normal closed season and closed species that we do locally. We also have efforts internationally to do capacity building with other countries to fight IUU and to try to do some traceability of the seafood that gets imported here. So we're very few and far in between. So if we have their help from other countries to avoid getting IUU harvested fish to our ports, so that goes a long way. So we started the next slide, please. So we'll talk about the domestic international operations, the interagency cooperation and information sharing, and the capacity building efforts that we do internationally. Next one. Here's just a picture of our officers doing inspection in the Northeast, in New Jersey or New York. Next one. So just as an overview, the law enforcement office has 5 divisions, 51 field officers approximately, 65 special agents, and 70 enforcement officers. That is approximate, and 74 support staff around the nation. Next one. We are divided into the 5 regions seen there in the colors. We obviously have the green one, Southeast, going from Texas all the way from the Gulf and the east part of Florida all the way to North Carolina and the Caribbean. The others are Northeast, the Pacific, the Alaska region, and the Pacific Island Division. We cover more than 3 million square miles of open ocean and over 95,000 miles of coastline. Next one. This is just a couple of pictures of what we do. We work closely with CBP, which is Customs and Border Protection, in airport, seaport, and land border to inspect the shipments and seafood being imported. They have all the information of everything that's being imported into the US. So with them, we inspect the containers, ships, cars, anything that is bringing seafood to make sure it complies with the regulations and the permits required. That could be seen with sometimes mislabeling of fish. That's one of the things we will check for, and the proper paperwork that they need for the traceability of our seafood. Next slide, please. The primary laws OLE enforces is obviously the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which is the primary, the National Marine Sanctuary Act, Marine Mammal Protection Act, which we've done a couple of cases here, especially in the East. The port state measures that I'm going to talk a little bit more now, Endangered Species, and Lacey Act. Next one. So as domestic operations, it's the typical operations that most of you are familiar with, which is patrolling, enforcing seasonal closures, protected areas. We have the JEA program with the Joint Enforcement Agreement with the DNER and DPNR in the Virgin Islands, which NOAA gives funds to these agencies, and they provide the patrols in the federal waters, and the cases then are forwarded to OLE. We collaborate with the U.S. Coast Guard, which is our main partner in the water for the LMR boardings, as they call a living marine resource, Fish and Wildlife, CBP, Customs and Border Protection are the main agencies. Next one. Internationally, we do investigations of IUU fishing, which is the illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. We do tracking IUU fish and fish products. We do the port state measures and other IUU fishing. Do engagements in bilateral and multilateral arrangements and the capacity buildings with international partners like Interpol. Next slide, please. So IUU fishing, like I said, is illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And this fishing activity that does not comply with national, regional, or global fisheries obligations. Next one, the impacts of the IUU fishing, which could be ecological, economic, social, and security impacts. To give an example, in the economic impact is important because the imported product, if it's illegal, it could flood the market of that product and then compete with a local product, lowering the price for the product. So that's a way that we also protect the local product and the local fishermen, making sure illegal product is not coming in and flooding the market, lowering the price. Next one. The next one. So the Port State Measure Act entered into force globally in 2016. Currently, there are approximately 72 parties in this agreement and aims to implement effective port state measures to support sustainable fishery resource use. Works to develop enforcement capacity at PSMA ports. And the success relies on international collaboration and information sharing between all the countries. Next one. It's just an example that our aim in the Port State Measures Act is for countries to deny entry of IUU harvested seafood at the port. So it makes it harder for the IUU harvested to be sold, lowers the price of that IUU harvest, and protects the consumer and legal fishing industry. Next one. So some takeaways of this Port State measures is that it removes the financial incentives for IUU fishing, gathers and communicates valuable law enforcement data, and improves the ability to detect the IUU product. Here's the photos of the capacity buildings in Indonesia. Next one. Here are the examples of all the countries that we've been there. We've been to do these workshops to provide them with the tools so they could do their proper enforcement in their ports. Colombia, Ecuador, Philippines, Peru, Thailand, Vietnam, upcoming. We already did that Thailand again, but Ecuador, Indonesia, Philippines, and Colombia, will continue to do more capacity buildings. Next one. These are specific examples of our partnerships that we've done the workshops. Coral Triangle in 2012, the Counter IUU Fishing Workshop 2015, the inspector training in Manado with the government of Indonesia in 2016, Port States Measure Indonesia, and that's it. Next one. So the next steps for our capacity building is new partnerships for the next few years with the government of Indonesia, continue to help develop and implement Indonesia's Port State Measures inspector training curriculum and models. Next one. Again, another one. This training for 2022 in October this year, we already went to, I didn't go personally, but the agency went to Indonesia and did another training for another workshop there in Indonesia. Next one. So there's another picture of us giving this training there that we're focusing on training the trainer workshops so they could continue training more of their officers to continue the work there in the specialty workshops. And the end goal is to do 100% of Indonesian-led and sustained Port States Measures Act programs. Next one. And just a picture of the trained people there. Next one. And that's it for that presentation. If you have any questions, more than glad to answer.
Any questions, Miguel?
Miguel, do you have trainings for USB and islands, Puerto Rico enforcement agents on a regular basis, or just once in a while? And then how do you do that for this area?
For the Virgin Islands? In this is specifically, this is for the imports and exports. So we don't do specifically with them this type of trainings. Because in Virgin Islands, we do with CBP. And with CBP, we do some trainings. I participated in their trade week. That's a training they give to other stakeholders. And I present our enforcement regulations and the products we regulate. So I give them training to the OFOs, which are the CBP, Customs and Border Protection.
Graciela?
So thinking about the Queen Kong and the listing and CITES, does this apply to that kind of category? I mean, CITES has specific permits. And, you know, if it was coming into the port in San Juan or Charlotte Amalie or whatever, and we needed to look at, you know, what illegal stuff was coming in without the permits, et cetera, is that part of this illegal fishing, or CITES is not considered?
Yes, Graciela, it is, and it's a big topic. Thank you for bringing it up because we do have a lot of conch. This year, the price has soared in the market for the conch. So we're getting more import of conch to the island, to Puerto Rico, from everywhere, Nicaragua, Mexico. They need a CITES permit, obviously, like you said, to Virgin Islands. I was there last week and we received some import. It has to have CITES permit. To be clear, the conch is enforced by Fish and Wildlife for some reason, but I work closely with them. Actually, we share the same office, so I go with the inspector and do a lot of these inspections of the conch when it's brought in. So yes, this applies directly to the conch as well.
Follow up. So this would be something that the people who are interested in providing comments to the listing of Queen Kong should mention and should take it into consideration. So it's another agency that deals with the permits from CITES. They call NOAA when there is, you know, that issue of bringing the conch into port. I know that it doesn't impact, it doesn't have anything to do with the socioeconomics of the fishery, but it does have to do with the illegal conch that it's coming into the U.S. territory. So, I mean, I will encourage people to think about that kind of, you know, thing for the listing, you know, how does imports into the regulations, because that's something that was mentioned by Richard and was mentioned by Ori during the presentation.
Let me clarify something else. CITES is a voluntary activity by the countries that are signatories of CITES. What the United States does is that one of those, you know, those countries, the United States is also signatory. So the Office of the Department of Interior, Correspondent Office and National Fisheries Service and Customs, they check for that manifest. And that's the first iteration. But there are other 2 or 3 laws that are involved with imports and export of marine products that are interviewed. But the Species Act and this is 2 totally different things. Actually, for ESA, socioeconomic is not an issue, but doesn't hurt that anybody who has any information regarding this topic can send to the appropriate agency. And of course, in this case, it should be sent to OLE as much as possible, or the council. I have received through the years report from council, jurisdiction, fishers and dealers about this kind of things. And sometimes it's different. I was called a long time ago by custom because they caught a fish, a fish boat with a strange looking marlin. Well, it was a swordfish, not a marlin. And we were allowed to use it. But the point is that the people in the field, we help with the Coast Guard. I participate several times, Graciela and Marcos with the U.S. Coast Guard. So the point is that this is a collaborative effort. And that's why I asked Miguel, thank you, because in many instances, we only think about the immediate enforcement issues that we have, but the office that Miguel is part of I have other branches that might, if you know more about it, you will be able then to be more effective out there. Thank you.
We have, you have James, then Julia.
James Craig Lowe of St. Thomas, St. John, Virgin Islands. Yes, I have a question. You're providing training for some other countries, but is the U.S. supplying any materials or funding to protect the fisheries in their waters?
International?
Correct.
Not that I know of. At least
Okay.
in
Well, I'm saying like, you showed the Philippines, think Indonesia, some of those, but a lot of times they only have their own vessels to be able to patrol their waters. So are we providing any aid to them in that way, or?
At least the Office of Law Enforcement that I know of doesn't provide that type of equipment. It's just more the training in the ports for bigger imports of seafood, not directly for the protection of their fishing industry. It's more for the bigger fishing industry that's going to be exported from their country to ours. So that's why everything we do with their training has to have a link with the US. So that's probably product that's going to then be imported to the US. So our capacity building is more for the product that's going to be then imported here. So bigger shipments of commercial seafood. Yeah, we do provide that type of equipment in our JEA program to the local governments, the state governments, state and territory governments. We do provide funds for the patrols and for equipment.
Right.
But that's locally to the states and territories.
Yeah, within US waters.
Correct.
Okay. I guess my question or my comment is that we're able to train some other countries so they can help protect their waters from, foreign vessels coming in and essentially raiding their waters. But some of these countries, they don't even have the vessels. And I know they actually have contractors come in. I don't know if you've seen that, but they'll hire contractors to come in and then put their agents on board the contractors' vessels so they can control their own waters.
Okay. Yeah. I know it's tough that they don't have sometimes the vessels to do the enforcement. I mean, we don't have to go so far. We don't have either here the vessels that we need as well. So completely understand your point.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miguel and 1 second, Julian, I have you. Miguel and Julian. Miguel, you asked me to speak?
Miguel. Not to discuss it more, but those countries have agreements with the United States, specific agreements for joint effort. The United States in the past, they provide vessels. For example, a vessel that had been seized from another country that was given to the Dominican Republic. And I know that because I was a member of the delegation. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough money for the fuel. They have a beautiful boat there, but they have money for the fuel. And this is a problem that we have. So in the past, the Coast Guard have engaged in training sessions. Countries have asked the Coast Guard to patrol the waters. The answer that came from Washington is no way, Jose, we cannot do that. Because there are other laws beyond the National Marine Fisheries Service that apply here. But going back to your question, yes, in some cases, depending on a case-by-case basis, the United States can need to engage into a cooperative agreement for enforcement, but that they go to a certain extent. Beyond that is another ballgame.
Thank you, Miguel. Julian, to wrap up this presentation question round.
Yeah, Julian McGrath for the record. I just want to say thank you to you and your team because we've been having a lot of issues in the St. Thomas, St. John district with illegal conch import, lobsters and fish. And over the last 3 months, it has made it very difficult for the fishermen to sell their product. We're in the middle of a nice lobster season this year, and the product is so hard to sell because of illegal imports that's been coming in and flooding our markets. But Alex is our dedicated officer for the USVI, and he has been doing a lot of work and getting out there and trying to close the loop in and stop a lot of this stuff that's been going on, which is very important for us in order for us to continue supplying our fresh product So I just wanted to say thank you to you and your team for at least in those imports that's been coming in, trying to get a handle and slowing it down. So thank you.
Thank you, Julian.
Thank you all. Next presentation. It's DPNR.
Good afternoon, Howard Forbes. Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Environmental Enforcement. Federal Fisheries Summary for fourth quarter of 2022 is as followed. The NOAA Fisheries Cooperative Enforcement Agreement for 2022 has been executed on behalf of the territory of the United States Virgin Islands. DPNR officers have also completed the mandatory online training necessary to carry out the enforcement responsibilities, who perform JE activities as part of their regular duties as deputized federal law enforcement officers. Also, deputized ID cards and NOAA magnet decals for the patrol vehicles was issued to carry out this mission. A synopsis of the territory's enforcement activities actions. Report of turtle meat being sold by a confidential source led to officers traveling to location of concern. Upon arrival, officers inspected the area with negative findings. This violation is under investigation. Our second case is based on lobster entering into the district of St. Thomas from unknown location, flooding the market. This is an active investigation. Several commercial officials reported that lobsters are flooding the market. DPNR officers, along with NOAA agent Alexander Torero, has made several inspections to the location that was reported for the lobsters being sold. DPNR follow up a lead on Facebook where a private individual messaged for the location to purchase the lobsters, to which the individual got no response. DPNR and NOAA continues to monitor social media to curtail the activities. Our patrol hours on sea is 30 hours and our dockside hours is 168. Our commercial contacts of fishers is 108 and our recreational fishing contacts is 34. This concludes my report. Short and sweet.
Thank you very much. And I apologize that I cut Miguel. He have a short, very important report on his presentation. We're going back to Miguel Borges.
Okay, this is the enforcement presentation. Christina, if we could get that presentation when we have a chance. But in the meanwhile, I'll present Alex Terrero. He's our enforcement officer for St. Thomas. He's right here at the right there. He's stationed in St. Thomas. He's the enforcement officer. So he covers St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. He comes with a lot of experience. We're glad to have him here. I'm glad to have a partner, at least in another island, but some closer, at least. And he's done a really good job over there in St. Thomas. So last week I was there with him doing port inspections. So we have another one now. So, and well, 1 second. Okay, there it is. So you can start the next slide, please. So we did a criminal case recently, and it was with Director Howard Ford from DPNR and Office of Law Enforcement, myself. We investigated a case where a sea turtle take. This is a female hawksbill turtle, a big, large one, and those are the photos of the species. Thankfully it was alive and it was released alive thanks to the DPNR biologist who also responded and was able to inspect it and release it under its own power at the beach. So after investigating this case with the DPNR officers and myself and Alex Terrero as well, we were able to submit a criminal case in federal prosecution in St. Croix, where 2 subjects were charged with 3 counts, 2 misdemeanors under ESA and 1 felony under Lacey Act. Count 1 was taking an endangered species, count 2 possessing an endangered species, and count 3 taking with the intent to sell. This is a felony. We already indicted and they were charged, and it's in the process of right now at the federal court. So next slide, please. Other activities that we've conducted since the last council meeting. I participated in the MREP in Palguera in August 26th, and a special thanks to Vanessa, Wilson, and Lauren for creating an awesome workshop there for all the fishermen. It was very good workshop, and I believe that enforcement should be involved in the education as well. So I'm glad to participate there, and I look forward to participating in other educational programs as that one. So I also participated in a training for all of the NER officers here in Puerto Rico, in a training led by Michelle Charrer, which she organized a training with the commissioner of the NER, and we gave 2 trainings. The first one were 30 officers from the West Coast of Puerto Rico, and it was specifically for grouper ID, specifically NASA grouper, done by Michelle Charrer. And then I did more of the federal regulations, federal jurisdiction, and case package for the NER officers. Then the second one was in San Juan for the East Coast of Puerto Rico officers from the NER, the same presentation. It's 2 days. What else? We also met with the U.S. Coast Guard, and we're planning to conduct joint patrols in the protected areas with the alarm officer here present. And also in the U.S. Virgin Islands, our enforcement officer initiated, next one, please. Initiated an incident involving IFTP, which is the International Fishery Trade Permit, and mislabeling seafood violations. The officer is working with DPNR to review USVI license violations. In another case, our enforcement officer in USVI initiated a Lacey Act violation of importing undersized Caribbean spiny lobsters into the VI. So these are the updates that we have so far for OLE law enforcement updates. Thank you. If you have any questions, more than welcome to answer them.
I'm glad they went back to you. That's really nice to see there. Thank you very much. Any
welcome.
quick question, one question to finalize his presentation? No, I'm glad, I'm happy to see that, and I know that everybody shared the feeling. Thank you very much. Next presentation. Julian?
I just wanted to make a comment to Howard Forbes' presentation because we didn't have a chance for questions for him, but I wanted to say also thank you to him and his officers for also working with the federal officers on some of these cases to try to help the fishers, especially with the one with the lobsters. And also congratulations. I see you got some new officers and we're seeing their presence more now. So I think with your team building that we see some future enforcement along the way that can slow a lot of the activity, illegal activity that's been going on throughout the Virgin Islands. So I wanted to thank you for that also.
Thank you, Julian. Great
Thank you,
point.
Julian.
Thank you, Howard. And we have the next presentation, which is U.S. Coast Guard. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew McGraw-Hurdig, for anyone who has not met me yet. See if we can pull up our report here. So first, huge thanks to Miguel and OLE. As you'll see, we rely on OLE pretty heavily for enforcement. And we appreciate all the work they do, the consultation. They're the subject matter experts, and we're appreciative of them. So the bottom line, so I'm representing Sector San Juan, which is principally Puerto Rico and the USVIs. As far as living marine resources LMR enforcement goes, It's been a challenge for us, as it is pretty much all the time. The Coast Guard would like to do as much fisheries enforcement as possible. We have a whole fleet of patrol cutters. We have a small boat station in San Juan. We have 2 boat force detachments in the VIs. The problem is we have 11 roles and missions that Congress says we have to do. And the counter drug mission in the Mona Pass and around the VIs, especially the migrant surge coming from Haiti and Dom Rep, has been pretty brutal for us in terms of operational tasking. So all that being said, the actual report here is essentially 0. We have logged 0 boarding, 0 dedicated hours for fisheries because of all those reasons. It seems every time we try to plan a dedicated op, some drug case or some migrant case happens to pull our assets away, and that's unfortunately just how balancing enforcement goes. One bit of illustration for that, if you don't mind scrolling down to the table here, I do have some data just to show the migrant surge we've been seeing. We're on, I think, past day 100 of Operation Vigilant Sentry under DHS, and it's just been a nonstop surge of Haitian migrants specifically. So that's still very, very heavy for us operationally. If you go up a bit to that paragraph, we do have some good news. We've got a plan in place as Miguel mentioned, we do have some tasking we might be able to do in terms of LMR. For the Nassau grouper spawning periods, there is a way we can maybe balance, say, hey, if we have assets in patrol in certain areas already, there are ways we can try to do some LMR, while they're not busy with a mission actively. But again, that's all very tentative, and it's difficult to commit to that as like a dedicated resource, because we just have to be standing by for search and rescue, drug enforcement, migrant interdiction, and the other missions. So again, some hope for dedicated fisheries enforcement in the near future. I can't comment on too much else, but things are looking okay for that. We also appreciate Michelle, the other biologists, for consulting with us. Again, appreciate their expertise and sort of guiding our actions. We can go through the rest of the report, but like I said, it's just going to look like 0 dedicated hours, 0 boardings for all those reasons I mentioned. The only other thing I do want to call out is we have a Living Marine Resources boarding officer course. It's a 1-week-long intensive training on Caribbean specific fisheries topics. That's been very popular in the Coast Guard, and it frequently fills up pretty quickly. We had, I think, 2 sessions in the last year, and we have more tentatively scheduled. And to my knowledge, we also offer that to international students as well. So there is a bit of training that we do offer. Unfortunately, like I said, very popular, fills up quickly. I'm in fact still trying to get a seat in that myself. Besides that, I think that's about all I have to report for Coast Guard's activities here, pending any questions for me.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I have a question for you. You're referring to the training that we go? Yes? Okay. Perfect. No problem. And in terms of the coordination, on the past have been working very well. The person that was prior to you that contact me or Graciela and the group that usually attend for me to collect the samples, to do the fish ID training and the things that we do in support to your effort. Please try to do it with as much time possible in order for us to plan.
Understood. Sure.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make a question. Is there any way that we can make like a plan to collaborate for, especially at the West, we know the issue that you're presenting here, that practically every day we have illegal boats or coming on. And the issue is that most of these boats are led in the water and in the ocean, sometimes in fishing areas or in our coast. If there any kind of program that we can ask for, so that any association, for example, where I live, that we can take care of taking out those boats to don't affect our corals and ecosystems.
Andrew McCrawherdegg for the record. Appreciate that. I think that's a good thought. In terms of new strategies for enforcement, I think that's something we'd be open to discussing. If you are able to maybe take that offline, probably see what next steps would be for that. Of course, again, any new strategy for enforcement would take a bit of planning and careful research, but would definitely be open to conversations in that area.
Thank you. I already have the experience. I have a commercial fishermen that practically stay for 10 hours waiting all the mission. And then they call me and we start the negotiation to don't let them, they let that boat in there because it was an aggregation, especially for grouper. And I have to say and recognize that between the conversation, they let us bring that boat out. And of course, we have to make the report and practically take all the garbage and everything out of the water. But I really appreciate that. And I wish that this could be done every time that a boat comes around. Right now, if you see the coast in the west, practically we have more than 12 around the coastal area that are practically debris in there. And this is really affecting our ecosystem. Thanks.
Thank you. And the next presentation or next item on the agenda, it's the CFMC advisory body membership. Nelson, you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Every day we are getting older, and I believe in young blood that can bring fresh input to the work we are doing. This morning, I have a nice conversation with Vanessa regarding this issue. We concur that have two young people that have the desire and confirm us that they are open to contribute with the Puerto Rico DIP. Their names are Anthony Elizo and Genius Fernandez. So I suggest if you can consider that suggestion, it would be appreciated.
Yes, and I know one of them and have good reference about the other one, but I think Vanessa wants to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. As Nelson says, we practically get together this conversation, and I want to put on the record that Anthony Elizo is a pelagic fisherman. He also have a YouTube channel, and he also already do the MRAP with us, and he expressed his interest to participate active in all these things that we make in the council and in the DAP. So he have been fishing for more than 20 years. So I think it's a young one, but it's have a lot of experience. And also Gino Fernandez, he's from Cabo Rojo, so I know him well. Practically, it's one of the youngest fishermen that we have, but have more than 15 years also. He's a commercial divers and a dive master. And also his son is in the industry. And he was recognized one time as the youngest fisherman by the federal, and he had the opportunity to go to Costa Rica also in one project. And he also directly explained to me that he wants to be active in all this. So if I can make a motion, I make a motion to get Anthony Elizo and Genius Fernandez for the membership of the DAP vacancy.
Any second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries. We're gonna send the appropriate letter to them but we need you guys to provide us the contact of those people. Please share that with Diana.
I would like if you can send me an email with their names, address, sector they fish in, telephone number, and email address.
Thank you. Well, now we are ready to go to other business. At this time on other business, we have a short presentation on HMS from HMS office. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad McHale.
I'm a branch chief with the Highly Migratory Species Management Division. And I'd like to thank you all for having me here. This in 22 years of a career, this is my first opportunity to join this council meeting. The presentation really is just kind of a brief overview of where our kind of management and jurisdiction falls. As it was mentioned throughout the meeting, there are overlaps and various concerns across regions. But in a nutshell, what our group is tasked with is managing tunas, sharks, swordfish, and billfish throughout the range of Maine through the Gulf of Mexico and down through the Caribbean, and then for those U.S. flag vessels that might be operating in international waters. Next slide, please. And as far as the tunas that fall underneath our direct jurisdiction, we're looking at albacore, bluefin, big-eye tuna, skipjack, and yellowfin. I know that blackfin and little tunny have been mentioned, although technically they do not currently fall underneath our jurisdictional authority. So these are the 5 Atlantic tunas that our rules and regulations directly apply to. Next. And I guess I jumped ahead of the slide here because here we have the blackfin and little tunny. So next, please. So I know through some various correspondence from Marcos through the HMS advisory panel, as well as informal conversations, that some issues have been raised, I think in particular to skipjack tuna and some of the existing rules and regulations that are on the books as far as how these fish need to be, their form while at sea. And here's kind of some of the information that we have that relays what the current rules and regulations are that apply to those 5 regulated Atlantic tunas, of how they can either be cut, gutted, primarily headed and gutted with the upper and lower lobes of the tail, predominantly for species identification for our offices of law enforcement, as well as data collection processes to make sure that our domestic as well as our international obligations are being met as far as reporting out on any known mortalities for each of those 5 species. So I know that time is of the essence here in the tail portion of the day, so I wanted to keep it brief and just kind of do that introduction and kind of let you all know that I am a resource to collaborate with the council and in regards to kind of how our respective jurisdictions overlap when it comes to the management of these species that cross our collective waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And I am the representative of the Caribbean Council at the AP of HMS for many years. And I am following up with the letters and the comments received by VI and Puerto Rico fishermen of some points that need to be enhanced or changed or evaluated by the HMS office. First of all, I want to say that the HMS office historically had been very engaged into customizing or addressing with scientific-based analysis and so on, to the extent possible, the Caribbean situation. The best example of that, they create a permit for the Caribbean. And at this time, and I want to recognize that, and the atmosphere that I breathe around them is a very professional, and I can see the intention of illustrating me and making a very professional conversation. We are, what I want to bring to my friends of the council is that we are in good hands, right? We have a healthy, productive conversation, and we're going to be binded by the laws, by the science, and so on. And the process is start on this evaluation by this conversation that start when we receive the letters. Fair point? Yes. Okay. And I'll send the letter, but I don't want to go over everything. I'm going to just highlight a few points. Here are some possibilities of enhancing the Caribbean small boat permit and closing the gap of the gray areas that interfere with or affect our dynamic of multi-species fishery, the way we perform the fishery culturally for many, many, many years. And simply, and there is some aspects that are essential just in terms of acquiring the permits, and the other ones are because addressing the quotas or the use of the skipjack as a resource. Going to start with the forms and the way people engage into the Caribbean small boat permit. Simplify the form to acquire the permit is essential. Fishermen express that is a little bit hard, is not very easy to find or right there on your face. And the recommendations that I received from everybody is to create a button or an area on the main page where you click and you have the contact information of somebody that speaks Spanish or English that can guide them through the process. I'm not asking a form, but something that open the possibility for a Spanish-speaking person to do it or a English-speaking person to do it. Basically, it's not changing anything. It's just making an easier, smoother avenue. Data collection is essential for all of us, and I'll encourage the coordination with the Caribbean branch and local government and HMS to acquire this data. We have a system in place. There is a lot of room for improvement. We already discussed with the long lining situation on different species that Maria brought to the council that is not related to skipjack, but are possibilities of making the data collection more efficient and better for our Caribbean Council. One thing that is super important is to state or estimation at least of the total cost to acquire the Caribbean small boat permit, not just the nominal fee, but the affidavits or all the other costs related to that, or at least list that you're gonna have to provide those things that have a cost, because most of the people that will acquire this, or there is a lot of people, they have to plan up ahead. They engage into the permit process. They're going through all the paperwork, but if they don't have the money to follow through, it's better to know up ahead is what I'm trying to say. This is the other comment I received. Okay, now getting to the meat of this. Skipjack tuna have been used like little tunas and other tuna-like species for bait for deep water snapper. That's the key and the driver for the deep water snapper fishery bait on the west coast of Puerto Rico, right? And we recognize that that image is perfect. The need to identify the species and the need to make everything enforceable. And what we are requesting is to allow X amount of skipjack for bait, but in an enforceable way. Let me read this not to get lost. Allow X number of skipjack bait, keeping the carcass on board, or a minimum number of pounds of frozen or chunks of fresh skipjack on board with the skin on, but reaffirm the prohibition on the other bait tunas. I mean, you cannot use yellowfin or the others. It's enforceable also by using the DNA sampling that nowadays is very accessible and is not too hard to do it. Skipjack tuna carcasses are easier to distinguish from other tunas because of the skin, the color, the pattern, for many reasons, and you guys know all of that. I don't want to be repetitive. And it is important to remember that skipjack tuna don't have a minimum size at the time, but in the future, under this scheme, if we hold the carcass, that can provide a fork length measure if it's needed on the future. We are not cutting our legs, it's expendable, right? And the main priority is to allow skipjack tuna for bait. And I'm gonna mention this before, but something that I keep hearing from the fishermen, because they have been using the skipjack for many, many years, and we are addressing this into enforceable regulation now, is that requesting for 3 tunas or 5 tunas on the trip, this is what they need, right, Nelson? Very quick.
Yeah, depend on the size. Yeah, between 3 to 5, 6. That's depend on the
Yes.
size.
This is just a drop on the bucket if you compare to any other fishing style, pole fishing, when you use the nets or you do the industrial fishing, or even a medium size approach to catch a skipjack, right? Even the recreational fishermen have more freedom to catch a lot of skipjack And that create another problem because it create a venue for a black market where the commercials just have a 10 fish limit when they find the school to keep for bait. Obviously they cannot, right? But let's say they keep it, but the resource now is potentially coming from recreational, creating another problem over that, right? And to cut the chase here, also we have a recommendation from a fisherman from St. Thomas on the bag limit for the Caribbean small boat permit. Our yellowfin that are available all year around here that comply with the minimum measurement tend to be on the smaller size, under 60 pounds, 75 pounds, 25 pounds, on that range. We are not talking about bigger fish. And because of that, because of the cost of gas and so on, they would like to see a little increase on the permit of yellowfin, because big eye we don't have available here. The real two tunas that is fish are yellowfin and skipjack. Just to, in case of the yellowfin, to make profitable, to engage, and for the people to buy the permit or to engage into the permit and make sense, right? To acquire the permit. The preferred alternative based on all the input I received so far is 15 yellowfin, up to 15 yellowfin per trip, one incidental big eye just to keep the eye open in case of incidental catch, and 30 to 50 skipjack that you can catch with the permit, but you cannot use all of them for bait. You'll be able to have cut it and the carcass available on the boat and so on, just 3 to 5. There is a few things that we have to be work out there. It maybe just allowing frozen to avoid the problem of people catching 35, or if it was the limit, and cutting a few and you don't know how much they are cutting, right? Then they are using maybe just frozen. There is ways that we can find a way there. The other thing, increasing skipjack from 30 to 50 represents just a drop. I'm repeating a little bit, just a drop on the bucket if you compare to with larger scale commercial gear like seine nets, pole fishing, and other methods of fishing for skipjack. Even more when the other permits is more problematic, including recreation permits allow for unlimited or much bigger amount of skipjack per trip that the Caribbean small boat permit don't allow. And I just remember something that is important to highlight for the council members. The reason that we have the limits that we have now is because HMS office, when they develop the Caribbean small boat permit, they use the best available information they have on that moment, but they have the interest to facilitate and to do this permit. And now we are requesting an evolution of that process and for consideration on the office. You know, it's not that they want just those numbers arbitrary, was the best they can do with the information on hand on that moment. That's fair to say? Okay. We need to update the Caribbean small permit to allow practical compliance venue for local communities and buy-in on the Caribbean small boat permit. Remember, the skipjack are the most common HMS tuna species available in our area, and its use for consumption and baits is part of our local culture and socioeconomic dynamic way before Caribbean small boat permit was created. Enforceability is key, like I said, using DNA sampling and carcass, chunks or fillet of any tuna-like species must have the skin on. All chunks and fillets must have must be available. I don't know if there is a language that can be included for DNA sampling when they are boarded, and there is a coordination in there. Important to remember, skipjack tuna don't have a minimum size at the time, but in the future the carcass will allow for us to pursue that to make it enforceable. And I just highlight the key points. The letter was much bigger than that, and this is what I need to say for now. Brett?
Thank you for that. I think all those requests are reasonable. And, you know, just like you all are aware that there's a regulatory process that needs to happen. With Atlantic Highly Migratory Species Management, we're actually not part of the council process. We're all secretarial authority. So that's why we actually have that HMS advisory panel that Marcos sits on. So we'll be taking all those kind of suggestions, you know, back to my colleagues and trying to figure out which way we might be able to move. Obviously consulting with our Office of Law Enforcement partners to find out what's feasible, what's realistic. I think you hit a lot of the key highlights that species identification is less of a challenge when you're talking skipjack versus some of the other species, whether it's in a round form or if it's in a fillet or a chunk form. So again, I think the requests are reasonable and the information is there for us to kind of to sink our teeth into and try to figure out which way we can move forward with these. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. Thank you, Marcos. I concur with your words. We talk about a lot about this issue in the past, and I appreciate your suggestions. And to clarify something, when we go out fishing for the water snapper, we bring between 3, 4, 5, 6, no more than 6, but we only take out from the cooler 1 or 2 to let it defrost, because we don't want all the bait get back during the day. And if you don't use it, we have the ability to bring it back. I can use it for next day. So that's how we operate.
Yes, and I just remember on the HMSAP, they report to me there was in other regions on the US a request for filleting at sea, big eye and yellowfin tuna, a discussion. And this is a different scenario because we are not dealing with a minimum size. We just need to address at this point the ID, right? In terms of enforceability to know if it's a little tuna, a big eye or whatever, but we are not measuring the fish for a minimum size because if it is a skipjack, at this point, there is no minimum size for it. That simplify the process a little bit and make the discussion a little different than the request and petition on some fishermen sometimes on other situations when they are trying to do similar stuff with big eye and yellowfin. I have a shot question.
Marcos, I have it here because you won't be able to see it. For the record from Ricardo Lugo, one item that we need to discuss further is the use of bacora as a bait. Fishermen bring with them for deep water fishing historically, and even though it's not written as is, that is the interpretation. I am working to collect information on the topic.
Okay, I just need, because of the common name, this is Ricardo Lugo. Yes, Ricardo, can you put on the chat is bacora is blackfin tuna just to confirm that we are talking about the same species?
No, bacora it's not a blackfin tuna. It's the one that is one of the skipjack. Yes.
Okay, I just asked because there is no point for me to go over and not knowing exactly, because on the East Coast, they call bacora. Some people call blackfin tuna bacora, right? And your point is well taken. And this is exactly what we are doing now, Ricardo. And I invite you, if you have any specific points, you can send me an email or a letter. I'll be happy to send to the HMS people for them to include on the analysis and on this exercise in the beginning of this analysis. Thank you.
Right, and we'd like to make a comment. You know, I have been working with some of the other team members there, and they have provided me good information, and there is a little bit different on the case of the vaquita, where allow you to cut it, put it in brine, and bring into the fishing, into the boat already cut. It gave you even the sizes of the pieces that you need to cut. So there's some information that probably we can look at later on to see how we can advantage of some of the investigations that you have done and is already in the regs.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. And I remember something else, Brad, is that the vaquita, the substitute, the first runner-up to substitute skipjack, right? You can make a case, oh no, we have vaquitas to do it. What happened is that last 11 years, the vaquitas are not getting to the shore because of sargassum influx and the deterioration of the water quality on the shorelines and the bait fish. And that's super important because they don't have that option that available anymore, just to inform. Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to make the comment that as commercial fisherman representative in here, you make a great summary of the reality of the fishery right now. And I hope that we can move on with this to help any information that you need. And also, especially with the commercial small boat permit, I have the opportunity to help some fishermen to complete that. It's really hard, not only for me, also for them. And that suggestion of have someone that can translate at the same time that they are writing, it's a great opportunity to help to get more kind of permits. And that will also help to get better statistic and real numbers, because most of them, if they don't have that permit, then they put in the statistic that they are 9 miles inside. Thanks.
Yes, there is a very broad implications on everything, and especially on multi-species fishery. And thank you, Red, for your time. And I want to thank Delise too for her presence, because she has been instrumental on in educating, and she gained a lot of respect from the fishermen here. And thank you again.
And thank you, Delise. Lots of respect from us as well.
Yes, sure.
Alrighty, since the fishermen have a big ask there, I have an ask also. I'd like some guidance on how I would like to, and since you've been here for the last couple of days, how we're proposing to prohibit the use of gill and trammel and trawl and purse seines. I want to be able to get some guidance on how I can extend that to prohibit those gears for harvesting tunas.
Excellent question, and thankfully I was here for that discussion. Most of those gears are actually already prohibited for highly migratory species. So we just finished a rule that'll be enacted on January 1st that prohibits purse seine gear. The gillnet gears have been prohibited for swordfish, for tunas, for years now. So I think the level of coordination between inside in the EEZ as well as into the territorial waters, the prohibitions for HMS are already in place. So I don't see that being a hurdle that or a challenge that'll come up in your deliberations. Okay.
Maria?
Hi, this is Maria Lopez. So I just want to remind the council that 2 of those tunas that we were talking today, the blackfin tuna and the little tuni, la vaquita, they are being managed by the council now in Puerto Rico. So those regulations that we were talking yesterday for prohibiting the use of gill nets and trammelets, etc., if the council is interested, that would apply to those 2 species as well.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brett.
And maybe just
yes.
And Mark, just one other item regarding the challenges in the application for the Caribbean small boat permit. Those permits are actually issued out of the Southeast Regional Office. So the HMS Management Division doesn't issue them directly, but we have very close relationships with those folks because they also issue our pelagic longline. So we can take that feedback to them and try to figure out ways to minimize some of the burdens that some of the applicants are experiencing in trying to attain that permit.
And if there is, at the beginning, if there is not much resource or personnel for doing that, when you press the button, if you have a morning hours or afternoon hours, a specific hours that there is a dedicated person or a specific day of the week that the person can go there, if it's not possible to have it fully available, that person all the time, I think it'll be good enough to help for what we need.
And reflecting back to the word respect that we just shared in regards to Delise Ortiz's she has just offered that folks could definitely reach out to her for some direct assistance so we can make sure that contact information is available until we can find some more permanent solutions to the challenges that are being experienced. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Maria?
Yeah, I just want to add to what Brad said about the permit. So because we are going to be looking at federal permits for council managed species, and they will probably come from the Southeast Regional Office. I think something that we could all start thinking about is how to, provide perhaps the same services to everybody, given that, it's the same people. So something just to think about, like if there are needs for language, that's something that we will definitely look into in our office, in terms of how can we provide that service to our Spanish speaking constituents as well. So I think it will be a good opportunity for all of us to think about how we can get that done for those other permits too, for the future.
Yes, not to make layers of permits, if you can, there is a coordination possible, is for sure super important, because at the HMSAP, you hear other regions, what the fishermen are requesting, try to sit down together and try to do something more simple, because we want to comply, we want to follow the rules and regulations. It's not always easier to do, but we are in the early stages. Maybe that's a very good opportunity to do that kind of coordination. Thank you. Any other question? No? Well, thank you, Brad. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, it will be the public comment period. Anybody from the public that would like to make a comment? 5-minute comment? No, nobody from the public for the public comment at this time. Next meeting, Miguel.
Okay, as we have stated in the past, this is the time that the council select the tentative dates for the meeting for the following year. And one of them, August 15, 16, is because, as I remember, we need to have a meeting during the week where the term of a council member expires and the term of a new council member starts. So we have April 18, 19, today meeting in 2023. August 15, 16, and December, the 5th and the 6th of December. Those are the 3 days that we have for our meetings in the 2023. Of course, if the situation called for, we can have a meeting in between those dates, virtual, 100% virtual or hybrid, as the need arises for the council to discuss any particular issues that you may have.
Thank you, Miguel. Anything else? We are ready to adjourn. We are ready to finish the meeting, and I really want to say thank you to all for the patience, for the professionalism, for the good discussions, to agree and disagree, but looking for the sustainability of the resource and in a respected environment. Thank you all. Safe travels.
Oh, yeah.
Diana.
And I want especially to thank the translator that I keep hearing him on the back, and I keep hearing that everybody saying how amazing he is, and he can change the tones, and it's like hearing the person talking to him live right there on your ears. He is amazing. Thank you very much for the translation. And the meeting is adjourned, and remember that Brazil is still on the World Cup.